asinaluvalo lesiyenzayo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo ngalento esiyenzayo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo ngalento esiyenzayo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo ngalento, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo ngalento esiyenzayo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo ngalento esiyenzayo, asinaluvalo ngalento esiyenzayo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, ngalento esiyenzayo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo. Uzokuthola la ya akaqeda la ube fast uvalo eba overtake, asinaluvalo, asinaluvalo, valo tololo, asinaluvalo, 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 asinaluvalo. Mama livila, say Mike, livila, mama livila, mama livila, mama livila, asambe sokana, mama livila, sokaya nis, livila, mama livila, asambe sokaya, wavulitolo, kana matolo, wabibe abala, lomfazi ulivila, wabigikolo, wabigana matolo, lomfazi abalabala. Namuhla ngishilo vele ngathi ngibeka phansi wave today. Uyasha, 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 uyasha. Makomana. Asote sapelama. Japela manja. Asote. Asote sapelama. Sapela manja. Sose Alamanda Makosiwazi Sose Asose Sapela Makosiwazi Asoze sapela manda. Abayazi le ngoma la. Yebo. Ayayasiphelela soduwina ngekhola ayayasiphelela soduwina ngekhola ayayasiphelela Matasona Sona Matasona 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 ki Matasona 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 Matasona, 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 Kia mama. Oh, shot. sihlangene ngomusa wakho ngoba namhla sihlangene ngoba namhla sihlangene ngoba namhla sihlangene ngomusa wakho bawo ngena nathi Thixo bawo ngena nathi Thixo bawo ngena nathi musa wakho Thixo bawo ngena nathi Thixo bawo ngena nawo ngena nathi musa wakho ngoba namhla sihlangene ngoba namhla
Hello.
sihlangene ngomusa wakho
Amandla,
ngoba
Amandla, Amandla, Amandla. Sanibonani makhosikazi. Nibahle man. Sicocala kungasikudzala. Sicela i-patience kancane. Balungisile abantu labadzala sibafikile bonke. Batosijoyina ngasikudzala. Sisho lokhu ngoba kufuna siqale ngo-10 angithi siyakhumbula. Thank you. Asichubekeni sibalinze ngengoma.
ngena
Okay, lala batosiripotela ngicela babona phansi isandla. The two Albertina nalolo munye otosiripotela ngicela lolo reportako ngicela sonzele ngala phambili. Okay, all right. No, stay right. Commission 2 ngicela usonzele says.
isekhona
All right. Siyanilotshisa nonke abantu abasilandela ku-Facebook Live ye-Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. Njengoba sikhuluma nje, nanizwa i-chat elinandi elivela sesikhona sise-Gertsbande District Council Chambers lapho kuzokuhlala khona i-Women Parliament yaka-2022. Nokho-ke sisaqale bona kuze abadosi phambili bazokuthoma ihlelo ngokwekhabo lakhona. Thina njenganje senzela nje kobana lapho enisiqalileko ku-Facebook Live nisemakhaya ephejini leMpumalanga Provincial Legislature sinilotshise sinamukele nonke sithi sikhona la njengoba sitshwile khe senza imirhatjho yomphakathi nemirhatjhweni ehlukeneko enational satsho ukuthi uzabe ahlezi neparlamente yabomma yabafazi yomnyaka ka-2022. Kunjalo-ke sila uyawubona mhlambe nawuqala ngemva kwami uyabona bomma bahlezi kamnandi khulu komamba sise-council chamber eGertsbande District Council eMpumalanga Province. Mina ngingumathutha William ngokwamasimula nokho ngilapha kusibetha mthetho lapho kudilwa khona ngezinto zokuthintana kungakho ngizwa ngiza kuwe bunqopha ephejini lethu le-legislature eMpumalanga. Sizokuhamba njalo abomma bazokunonde bavuma, abomma bazokunonde benza izinto abadume ngazo kanti-ke ngokwehlelo lithome izolo ihlelo leMpumalanga Women Parliament for 2022 silapha ku #Women Parliament 2022 yeMpumalanga Province. Ungasilandela biza nabanye ubatshele bona ihlelo selithomile. Nokho-ke isibethamthetho ukubamba kwabo le ndaba ye-Women Parliament kwenzelwa ukuthi kunikelwe abomma i-platform yokuthi bakhone ukukhuluma ngezinto ezithinta bona namaphilo wabo, bakhulume nokuthi yini abafuna kwenzeke ngombana ituthuko ngiyo into esiyifunako emaphilweni wabantu. Kanti nizakukhumbula-ke bona isibethamthetho senza izinto zibe ntathu, i-law making, i-oversight, i-public participation ne-involvement. Nokho-ke namhlanje sikilokhu okubizwa nge-public participation ne-involvement lapho sihlanganise abomma abavela kiwo wonke ama-district wesifunda seMpumalanga, bavela enhlanganweni ezihlukeneko zomphakathi beze as individuals ngokuhlana kwabo njalo bazokuhlala bakhulume. Izolo-ke bekunama-commissions ahlezi khe kwaba nekomitshana eqalene lapha nendaba ze-economy, economic development issues labe bakhuluma khona ngendaba zamahwebo nokuthi abomma besifunda seMpumalanga bangasizakala bunjani ukuthi bazi ukuthi bazithuthukise kezamahwebo nangendlela ezihlukeneko kuma-projects athinta imiphakathi eyahlukeneko. Nokho bakhulumile abomma, bengikhona benginonde ngithwebula ngibaqalile bakhuluma indaba ezikulu zokuthi ama-funding atholakala njani, bangasizakala njani. Bakhuluma-ke kenye i-commission labe kukhulunywa khona ngento ethwenya khulu ephasini lekhethu, i-gender based violence, lapho kuhloriswa khona abomma ne-femicide. Bazikhulumele-ke abomma, ngibezwile baphakamisa amaphimbo bathi makhosikazi asisikimeni into yethu yokuthi sihlale phasi siqale ukuthi abobaba bazosenzela izinto ayisizi. Ngiyindaba engizwe iqaqa kuhle khulu kwamambala bayibeka izwakala elangeni layizolo. Nokho nje bese sithi asitsho bakwethu ukuthi isithombe nesibonako Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature la ihlezi Bande District kula kuzoba ne-Women Parliament khona. Sesithomile sirakela siza godu nasele ihlelo lithoma ngokomthetho. Ngithokozile mina siza kunonde sikhuluma #MP Women Parliament 2022. Ngibuyela kini mfo ningaqhubeka.
Bopha. Yekelani ukugwala ngekho uzongishaya la. Sesifuna umhlaba izola ngisho. Mayengithulelani nasesimele sikhulume ngomhlaba. Sisofuna wona. Angisho nozile ama-views izolo. Nama-complaint esinazo. Mase ngithulelani ufuna lo mhlaba. Bena ufuna ngokukhuluma. Sukumane ey'tulweni ngifuna la. Angisho sisofuna wona sizakuzodlala la. Nabantwana la. Hambisa la. Yini socialism. Haya kunamuntu ophethe umhlaba ngaye yini socialism. Haya kunamuntu uyananga yini socialism. Esandleni zomama sithi yini socialism. Vulani sekele. Haya kunamuntu yini socialism.
Tumhlaba ngaye ayesaba amakwana ongowa elego ukuthatha umzelo ayesaba saba amakwana yini sosalisimo sabawo esandleni kunanda ehlatha umhlaba yini sosalisimo sabawo esandleni akunandoda akunandoda aphethe umhlaba saba socialism. Amandla malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi siyabonga makhosikazi siyabonga umuthi lomuhle kangaka siyabonga ukuthi siyakhona ubekezelelana siyakhona ukujabulisana sisodwa sizoqala ngoba masingajabula thina singajabula ilanga lonke umsebenzi ungasaqhubeki sizocela umama wethu upresident we-transport sector umama uphadi azosivulela ngomkhuleko singahlabelela seza ngaphambili
Alikho igama elihle nje alikho elihle
Haleluya. Abaphathi bethu bebangekho izolo. Manje ke asenzeni into zayizolo ngaphambi kokuba sithandaze. Ye mama uNkulunkulu akakaqedi ngawe. Tshela umuntu oseduze mama uNkulunkulu akakaqedi ngawe, ipandemic indlulile. Sizobonga uNkulunkulu ongaqedanga. Sizothandaza uNkulunkulu ongaqedanga. Manje ke sizothandaza ke all protocol observed nani izimbokodo. Ngicela ukuthi nani abobaba ke bese nigebisa amakhanda wenu. uNkulunkulu anenze kahle. UNkulunkulu omuhle. Usamile kusukela izolo awukakaguquki. Sibonga ukuhlakanipha okwenzelele umsebenzi lo ebesihlangene ngawo la. uNkulunkulu onamandla wonke kusazothula konke. Sikhulekela ukuthi uNkulunkulu onamandla wonke kufezeke. Akunasimo esingeke saqala esingeke saphelela. Siyakuthemba kulomsebenzi ngoba uNkulunkulu othembekalayo. Phakama njalo ke dwala lethu. Bamba iprogram yonke usiza bomama sibe nokuthula. Sibuyele emakhaya sijabulile. uNkulunkulu onamandla wonke kuko konke usenzele umusa. Siyabonga ke dwala lethu in Jesus name, amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mamphadi ukusivulela ngomkhuleko president wethu. Nathi Mpumalanga sibakhulu sinomongameli ku sector ye transport and siyabonga ukuthi umongameli oku sector ye transport ungumama Mamphadi and ungumama okholwayo umama njengoba sekazivulele ngomthandazo siyabonga sithemba ukuthi uNkulunkulu uzohambisa umhlangano wethu wokugidinga inyanga yabomama eMpumalanga ngendlela umthandazo osofike ngakhona. Angibingelele umhlonishwa uSomlomo weMpumalanga Legislature uMasilela usekela Somlomo uMamthabethe. Ngibingelele uActing Speaker uMamu Oshostayo uMamthwala. Ngibingelele bonke abaphathiswa bakhona la kule ndawo bazokhuluma sizobezwa bonke. Ukhona umphathiswa uShiba uMamshiba, ukhona umphathiswa uMamtshalintshali, ukhona umphathiswa bakhona nizobezwa mase bakhuluma. Ngibingelele abo executive mayor bakhona. Ngibingelele abo Somlomo bakhona bobuya bomasipala. Ngibingelele abomama bonke abakhona kule ndawo. Ngithi malibongwe. Akusiyimina ke ozonamukela amakhosikazi mase siya ku item number 2 sizokwamukelwa la ekhaya eGersibande Msikalikwa umama acting speaker uMamthwala. Mamthwala sesingebakho. Singamkhuthaza ngezandla uMamthwala.
Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta abafazi. Sanibonani bomama nabobaba abaphakathi kwethu. Ngibingelele kakhulukazi uSpeaker weProvince. Sibingelele no Deputy Speaker. Sibingelele bonke bo speaker abaqhamuka kuma district ahlukahlukene nakubomasipala abahlukahlukene. Siphinde sibingelele abo MEC bethu. Sibingelele wonke amalunga weParliament ababone bayi legislature namhlanje ukuthi kufanele beze eGersibande ukuzobungaza losuku enyangeni yamakhosikazi. Amandla. Ngiphinde ngithi siphinde sibonge futhi wonke ama-councillors akhona phakathi kwethu asuka kubomasipala abahlukahlukene abaseHerti nabaseMpumalanga yonke. Siphinde abo MMCs bonke abo MMCs bethu siyababingelela bese ekakhulukazi sibingelela abomama abakhona namhlanje la ngaphakathi kwethu esazi ukuthi ithe ilegislature uma isuka le yingoba ibakhathalele labo mama kuzofanele lo suku lwabo lubungazwe ngalendlela sisibone sibalulekile kakhulu singabomama siyiGersibande ekuthenini ilegislature yehle ize lakithi izokwazi ukuthi ikhulumisane nathi sizokhulumisana ngeenkinga esihlangana nazo singabomama nanokuthi sizoya kanjani phambili ukuzi solve le inkinga ngokwethemba ke ukuthi iMpumalanga yethu iyasikhathalela yingakho yehlile yeza la yazothi ayizokhulumisana nathi. So ngaloko sizothi okunye ekufanele sibhekane nazo sineyinkinga eziningi singabomama emakhaya la sihlala khona, ikakhulukazi i-GBV esicabanga ukuthi nakuyo sizongena nakhona sikhulumisane ngayo because singabomama sigcina sihlukumezeka. Abomama abanye bagcina baphathwa ama-heart attack, abanye babo bahlukumezwa abobaba abahlala nabo, abanye bahlukumezwa abantwana bethu sebasihlukumeza uze ufise ukuthi ungaze ushiye lelo khaya okulo. Kodwa-ke ngibonga ukuthi izwi uthe umama kukhulu ekusafanele sikwenze, ukuqala kokuhlonipha kumesaba uJehova, simele ukumema noma sekunje ezweni lethu esihlala kulo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siphumelele. Then simele ukumema yena, sithembe inhlangano zethu ukuthi zizosilekelela ukunqoba zonke le zinkinga esidibana nazo. Sihe sibande ngaphansi kwegama lika mama uSikhonde ubusi oxolisa mhlanje ongekho emhlanganweni, sizothi zizweleni nisekhaya bonke okuzokhulunywa la, then kube yizinto esizosithatha siyozidiscussa emakhaya. Ikakhulukazi sizophinde sibonge ukuthi kukhona nabo MEC abazosi-assista, kukhona nomama Shiba u-MEC waka-agriculture. U-agriculture kula kufanele singabomama sisebenze ngezandla zethu ngoba umnotho ulaye ezandleni zethu nasemhlabathini. Ene okunye mama Shiba besifanele si-check-e ukuthi bangakhi abomama esinabo la aba-owner ama-farms, so that sizokwazi ukuthi sithuthuke singabomama uma ngabe sesi-owner amasimu, because yonke into esiyidlayo ibuya emhlabathini. Kodwa kubalekile ukuthi ngokusebenzisana iHertsibande district nabo masipala ne-province yethu, then sizokwazi ukuthi siye phambili. Sibonga kakhulu ke namukelekile ekhaya Hertsibande phansi kukagama lika Speaker umama uSikhonde. Siyabonga.
Singamshayela futhi umama acting speaker. Siyabonga kakhulu acting speaker, sizokhululeka ngempela mamthwala sila ekhaya eHertsibande. Usesenguye uMamhlophe usihlalo we-select committee yabomama, abantwana, youth nabantu abakhubazekile. Uye lo qhuba ihlelo. Kanti khona namalunga weshaya mthetho aphakathi azothula yilo zothula izihambile. Manje ngizocela sivumele usomlomo wethu umama uMasilela, umhlonishwa uMasilela, asikhulumise asiphe amezwi abalekile asifanele njengabomama namhlanje. Honorable Speaker, singamkhuthaza, angisanikhumbuzi manje every time. Malibongwe.
Program Director, MECs that are present here, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tabete, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Acting Speaker of Hertsibande District Municipality, Honorable Twala, Honorable Executive Mayors, Councillors, Ms. Mpumalanga from Rise FM, all stakeholders present here, Bobaba labakhona la, nabo bonke bomake labakhona la, nibahle timbokodo. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to make remarks during the plenary session of the Women's Parliament convened by the 6th Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. Let me take this opportunity to extend our appreciation for the warm welcome by the Hertsibande District Municipality. Further, thank all delegates to this session for taking time to participate and contribute towards our mission of a better life for all, regardless of race, class, and gender. We are gathered here representing women organizations from across the length and breadth of our province and from various sectors of society to take stock of our previous resolutions and reflect on contemporary challenges and experiences so that we as the legislature remain in touch with the conditions that define our existential reality. This platform is an opportunity to our institution working together with this sector as per our rules and orders to do oversight overall government actions. Our primary concern is to ensure that we hold government and its state organs accountable on promises made to the people without fear, favor, and prejudice. To this extent, we understand this parliament as a body of capable women to ensure the deepening of the women agenda across all government departments and its entities. We therefore hope gathered here is a more robust generation of women able to confront the challenges that face us. The present moment calls upon us to become more bold, unwavering, and more forthright on matters of common interest. The 1956 generation that we commemorate during this month of August play its part against the settler colonial regime to ensure Black women in particular enjoy the freedom to organize by themselves, with themselves and for themselves. The perennial and painstaking questions that must bother us today is that concrete legacy are we to deliver for the next generation? Whether future generations to come shall celebrate this generation. And if so, in relation to what legacy? The 50-50 gender parity of parliamentarians of the governing party known as ANC is only just the beginning. We still need to ensure it finds expression across all political parties, the private sector, and civil society. This is the generation which must more forcefully dismantle all elements of the white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, whose logic is based on domination, exploitation, and dehumanization. As we attempt to emulate the more than 20,000 brave women who registered their rejection of white supremacy and institutionalized racism and sexism, we must rescript and culture of telling truth to power. If the call we make is ensure the equal access of economic opportunity without due regard to race, class, and gender, then our assertion should critically question the who, what, when, and how implementation will be made. Under this current system of racial and gender domination, there needs to be more rigorous attention paid to unlearning some of the white supremacist values and attitudes that permeate across society amongst both male and female. If the call we make is the end of all forms of violation of women's bodies as mere sites of exploitation and domination, this shall require, according to radical Black feminist thinker Bell Hooks' open quote, that we re-educate our boys and even girls schooled in the art of patriarchal thinking and building an identity on a foundation that sees the will to do violence as essential way of asserting masculine being, close quote. We cannot turn away from violence without challenging and changing patriarchy, without bringing an end to sex exploitation and oppression that teaches boys and men that contempt for life rooted in support of dominance and submission is the appropriate way to express masculinity. We live in an anti-relational vulnerability, despising culture, one that not only fails to nurture the skills of connection, but actively fears them. We are all victimized by the violence of disassociation and disconnection. We therefore, as delegates to this parliament, make the clarion call to surrender our essential recognition of human interdependence against the dominator model of life, which leads people to support a global culture of capitalist domination and violence. We must, in accordance, ask yet again, what is to be done? The struggle for a better life for all is simultaneously a struggle for women emancipation. South Africa remains the most unequal nation in the world. This has led to the crisis of the levels of unemployment. This requires concrete analysis of concrete conditions. The current geopolitical tension inspired by the Russia-Ukraine conflict require that we do not continue to read the world and our society through limited or parochial lens. We must interrogate every policy prescription in terms of the extent it advances or frustrates the interests of Black women in particular and Black people in general. The post-1994 victory unfortunately has left the legacy and logic of colonialism and patriarchy undisturbed. This was a product of the balance of forces at the time of transition, which left an undefeated enemy. The current trajectory has tended to reproduce apartheid mental and attitudinal patterns. Hardships and suffering is still concentrated disproportionately amongst women and Blacks in general. We remain underrepresented in all sections of power that govern society in the economy, knowledge system, and in culture with its potency to assert human dignity. In this regard, the unequivocal call of the Women Parliament must be a call to achieve fundamental change instead of cosmetic change. This must be a change agenda foregrounded on ensuring the quality and condition of freedom. This must be a constant inscription that makes freedom as that which is lived even under conditions of constraint. We therefore commit as the legislature to act in earnest to reconstitute the conditions of the destitute. The time when women were told what we have to do, when and how is over. The time for women to assert themselves as doers and thinkers in the world is the necessity of our time. We therefore need to reimagine our politics and relationship between the legislature, government, and its people. This requires a collective effort of revolutionary women and men alike, committed to transform reality and improve the concrete situation of our most vulnerable women, children, and youth. As members of the legislature, councillors, community leaders, political parties, and broader civil society gathered here, we must not fear the masses and barricade ourselves in air-conditioned offices. We must, in this period of increasing levels of social distance between ourselves, the people, respect and reserve all our energies for the people. To this end, Our compelling theme, following up on government commitments, partnering with women towards a better life for all, reenacts the urgency and zeal that history so demands of us. Accordingly, we hope that the progress and feedback reports following our previous Women Parliament shall provide the necessary platform to further scrutiny, evaluation, and re-articulation of our objectives. Wishing you all fruitful and productive engagements as we await the messages of support from political parties, the keynote address, and mostly important, the inputs from the delegates. Thomas Sankara reminded us, open quote, "Women hold up the other half of the sky," close quote. We dare not fail ourselves. Igama lamakhosikazi, wathinta abafazi, wathinta abafazi. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Siyabonga Somlomo, msho singamphinda futhi ngezandla Somlomo. Ngalibongwe. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo, usipha umhlahlandlela. Sihlangene singamakhosikazi waseprovinsini yeMpumalanga. Manje makhosikazi ngizobiza umhlonishwa uNyembe, ilunga leshayamthetho saseMpumalanga, aphinde abe ngusosibebhu wenhlangano ephikisayo esemthethweni eMpumalanga, okuyi-EFF. Azosi-acknowledgela izambeli zethu, ilunga lale komiti elisihlanganisile la. Ingakho sizoparticipate sonke ngoba singamalunga weshayamthetho. Cela simshayele izandla seza ngaphambili.
Ngibingelele umkhandlu wonke ongaphakathi kwalendlu. Ngibingelele ngingunomshado uGertrude wakanyembe. Program Director, ngicela ukusebenzisa likaphunga nomageba. Ngivumele ngisebenzisa ilimi lami lokuzalwa. Uma ngime lapha ngaphakathi ngikhumbula ka grade 10. Kwakunenkondlo esasikade sisho yesiZulu eyayithi ikhuluma ngempi yasesandlwane. Kule mpi yasesandlwane kwakunomuqu owodwa owawuthi uyajabula wena mfazi ongazalanga ongasizwanga isinkemba sisika. Nganga-understand ukuthi kungani bathi umfazi ongazalanga uyajabula, ngoba ngazi ubuhlungu bokuthi uma umuntu wesifazane wonke umuntu uyamfuna umntwana. Kodwa ekukhuleni kwami ngazile ukuthi uyajabula ngempela umfazi ongazalanga ongasizwanga isinkemba somntana khona 1 year 6 months uma izorojwa indoda ina 25. Ngithi uyajabula ngempela umfazi ongazalanga ongasizwanga isinkemba somntana wakhe indodakazi yakhe ziwe kwathiwa kuye siyacela sicela ubuhlobo obuhle siyamlobola siyamthanda, kodwa mayebuya ubuya esebhokodwe ngomese okanye ngesibhamu aseyiphoyisa esesebhokisini. Angikho lapho, naku la ngikhona. Program Director, sibonga ubukhona, si-acknowledge ubuhle buka-speaker wethu umama MC Masilela. Besingaba yini ngaphandle kwakhe MEC wethu, umama onenhliziyo emnene, umama okhulumela phansi, umama uBP Shiba. Ngindlule ngiye ku-Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker ngeke ngikuthophe ngoba uyiskim somuntu wena. Ngithi skim Zozo, sibonga kuba khona kwakho ngaphansi kwendawo. Chair of Chairs, mngani wami. Siyabonga kakhulu ukusihlonipha nokusipha le program ngoba uchairperson wethu kule program ye Women and Children. Siyabonga ukuthi ukhona ngaphansi kwendawo. Ngindlule ngiyobiza umama umeya waseThabachwewu, ukhansela Frida Nkadimeng. Siyabonga mama ukusihlonipha. Ngiphinde ngibonge ukuba khona kukaSisi uDuduzile Thwala, yena orepresenta uSpeaker wakulendawo. Siyabonga sisi. Ngingalibala kanjani ama-councillors, ama-MMCs, o-Chief Whip, nawo wonke umuntu owakhethwa kwathiwa lo ufanele ukusirepresenta. Namukelekile sihlobo zami. Onke ama-representatives wama-political parties angaphakathi kwale ndawo siyanithanda. Ngiphinde ngibonge ukuba khona kukaMiss Mpumi Mbethe we-Rise FM. Sibongile sisi uku-honorisha le invitation. Ngiphinde ngibingelele ukhansela Msiza, uSpeaker wasethembisile hano ongaphakathi kwethu. Umuhle mama, siyabonga la ukhona. Ngingakhohlwa uCommissioner on Gender Equality, mama wethu uMelta Mavuso, siyabonga kakhulu. Nakuwo wonke umuntu ongaphakathi kwele ndawo wamukelekile, uyathandwa, umuhle mbokodo. Siyakwamukela. Bese sithi ukuhlala kuye maye kumnandi kunokuphila okuphakade. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Go su Jesu ukulondolo zam gamnandi ukuhlala kuwe maye kumnandi kunokuphila okuphakade. Ngacisha ngenza iphutha elikhulu. Ngacisha ngenza iphutha elikhulu. Njali. Ngiyaxolisa sithandwa sami. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Siyakuthanda mama. Ngiyabonga.
Malibongwe. Yabona u-Honorable Nyembe obekasithulela ihambeli. Kanengi ngithanda umfaka egcineni ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi ngize ngithumele izambeli ukuthi manje so uyakhohlwa or uyaceda. Kodwa ke ngithanda ukuthi siyacknowledge kuno-Honorable Mkhabela as well oyimember ye-legislature phakathi kwethu. Naye umama siyamthanda, siyachubeka kanjalo. No-Honorable Lubisi oyimember ye-legislature. Nabasebenzi akasimbokodo babo Honorable Lubisi. Nabasebenzi base-legislature abasupportile bakhona la. Siyabonga kakhulu, without you angabe asihlangana ngalendlela. Bakhona siyabathanda. Siyaqhubeka kanjalo ngohlelo lethu. Sesiyakuhlelo lesihlanu. La sithi keep up your cup full. Ubitso la Mpumi Mbatha from Rise FM uzositshela kabanzi ngaleli hlelo. Asimkhuthazi Mike sami.
Councillor Menke.
And before ngidlulisa Mike, kuno Honorable Speaker Mpie wase Steve Chwete nawe sakwamukela Honorable Speaker. Akasuba libongo.
Elamakhosikazi. Sanibonani bomake. Sanibonani nginibingelele nonke. Mina ngiyabonga igama lami ukuthi ubeke make nyembe ngembi kwami ngoba lento ye protocol inekungishaya ingile. Manje ngiyathanda umuntu lo sayibeke kahle bese ngithi copy and paste njengoba sashido make. Ngiyathela khona la ahambe khona. Program Director lo mabizweni nami nginompumelelo wakambethe labangathi ko bangibita ngampumi imbethe Speaker of the Legislature, Speaker of Garsibande District nabosekela benu, both those present and in absentia, bo Chief Whip bonke labakhona, members of the executive ngive babita mkhaya wami ngagabhadi. Angibingelele kubo bonke bo MEC labakhona ngiye ngihleke nangibone amagama abo ngoba ngibabita abomake labaye ngoba ngiyinzanga yebantfu babo. Representatives of the different political parties that are represented here today, the team behind the scenes. Yati moto ithi bayinhle ibe ngumshini siyibone sithanze buhle bayo ayidumi ngaphandle kwenjini. And we don't see the engine that makes the car drive. And so we often neglect ukuthi kunebantu whether bayapheka bangale labasi ashare ini, they are the engine and the wheels that make this beautiful car today move. Angithanze nje kubabingelela nabo labakhona. Makhansela onke nemalunga wemphakathi thine sonke angibingele nje wonke umuntu ngisho ngithi all protocol observed. Nakwenteka ukuthi ngikhohliwe angeni ke mabo. Bebasashilo nami ngiphinze ngithi ligama ngimpuma kambethe. Ngokwemsebenzi ngingumsakade. Lolovile namhle emsebenzini. There was a bigger and a better invite that I had to honor, and it gives me great pleasure to be here today. Ngoba lithikithi alibhalwa inyoni ngangisemsebenzini, but ngicelile ukuthi I feel small and big at the same time angathi noma kuyavisiseka. Ngithi ngimncane ngingaka nibone bika ukuthi kude mine I had to phone my own mother ngithi ngibatshela ngithini bomake balimali kangaka. I had to go nami ngiyomunya la ngimunya khona ngibute ukuthi what do I say? It's unfortunate ngoba ke sewaba ngigogo unebatukulu ngicelena uthangisalele nebantwana namhla. But she's a woman who would often accompany me to such events because when I tell my story she knows my pain. And I hope ngoba sikhathi sami sincane ngelinye ilanga sitawuhlangana ngicoce ngayo because I love sharing my own pain because I understand the purpose of it, and I also understood that it inspires somebody noma ikhuthata lomunye umuntu. I'm deviating. Ngithe ngimsakadi, and I'm also a social science researcher, a graduate in journalism with my BA degree in media studies. I majored in sociology. Nangekho emsakadweni ngenda licwaningo. Isikhatsini lesinyenti sixoxisana nabomake, sixoxisana nebantfwana, adolescent girls between 14 and 24, sibukana netingcinamba lebabukene nato. So that's what I do. I'm also a voiceover artist. So you might walk into lenye mabang uve voice leti Standard Bank brings you ngimloy. I mention these things because I understand amongst us, Gunema peers army who will understand the multiple job opportunities that are out there, but also when I went to the University of Johannesburg in 2006 to study, I had to explain to my mother, Gutsi, what kind of career am I going into? Manje mpumi bakubhadalela ukukhuluma nje mntanami. Kunjalo nje cishe. But I even had to explain to my grandmother, Loso Alala, Ngaman, athi manje sosesikoleni semsebenzi uyosebenzaphi. So I understand that times have changed. What I do understand is also, like many of you, I'm a mother, a daughter, a sister, an aunt, and somebody's friend, and that means we wear multiple hats as women. Taking me to my subject, keep your cup full. Nginengomishi amla, lengibolekile ngale. Hey, ndawuva sebathi basakati bayeba. Lengomishi yami, I just know that when we see something practical, it's easier to remember. So if I were to pour, if I was this cup and everyone that is expecting something out of me is the saucer that I have here, and boom, the children want time, the husband wants time, ekhaya bayakudzinga, makoti uyadzinyeka. Hey, futhi bomaketala ungafuna uthele so. But everybody wants something from this cup that is me. But you have seen as I pour, kupuman, we drain ourselves being everything to everyone, and women do not prioritize themselves. Keep your cup full. You cannot pour from an empty cup. We are showing up angry, bitter, and hurt because we are drained. From the youngest to the eldest in this room, we are drained. And we model this behavior to our daughters, making it normal. Ngithanda TikTok, ngithanda TikTok. Kunalomunye uthi asinambokodo. What does she mean? Asinambokodo, because this expectation that we are rocks is what breaks us. I spoke to Ngimbonile amongst us today, a motivational speaker was Themba over the radio on Monday, and she explained to me that Mpumi, it is a metaphor. We are not rocks, we are like rocks. We have the strength of rocks. Ngitocela-ke ukuthi the rock must keep its cup full. We also need to pour into each other. Bomake banetinhlangano babe nabo society nibo stokfeli nasesontweni nguwe nasemsebentini nguwe. But we often find it so easy to talk about each other and not to each other. Ngawucela nje in the room, if you look around, you've seen a woman with a beautiful hairstyle. You've seen a woman with a beautiful dress. Hey, my yinhle ngubo yakhe. Awukamtsheli. Would it really take away from you to say, sis, mayo muhle? It pours into her cup and it transfers the energy. Yatnabati, your energy announces you before you even speak. We carry an energy of scarcity because we lack the abundance. Nangikhuluma ngeabundance, ngicabange imali. Ngawubuya kuyona sesikhwama sami la side lutho ke phake ngidawenda example ngaso. We are so harsh on each other as women. Very judgmental. Ngisho esitolo mine ubuke make lo hlushwa ngumntwana. A toddler will test your patience in the shops. And yet, ungumfati, ungumake, uyayati lenginga, hayi naye. Instead of sympathizing and understanding that kids will test your patience, especially in public. Sitaykhuluma le yabo gogo ngoba understand where the shift happens from thine basishaya lo muntu kula amyekeleni she. But ngidawuvisisa nasengilapho. Ladies, we have more in common than what separates us. Gathered here today, there are women in mining, women in farming, women from different political parties, and women from different cultural backgrounds, races, sihlukana ngisho in languages. And yet, I can guarantee you today, if we could all rise, stand just where you are. I'm going to make a request. All the ladies dressed in all black, you may be seated. Kalaya Manyora. All the, if I removed my coat, I'd sit. All the ladies in all black, please be seated. All the ladies that are wearing red shoes, please sit down. Red shoes. Nema red bottoms angahlala phasi. Every lady with a duke, my tribe, please sit down. Now dugele nje la nhloko uthwele hlala phansi. Angicele nje labo laba, if your nails are on fleek, on point, Sisithembele ungahlala phansi. Oh, hi. Bengisabuka tikhulu tami la ngemuva. If your eyebrows are on fleek, whether they are yours or you drew them, please sit down. Natsi-ke lesibhandishile. If you know that you had to sculpture your waistline today with a waist trainer or whatever it means, ngoba bomake nemaleya, please be seated. Asijajani. Bemqhino, bomake labaqhinile, please be seated. I have one more that I hope will work. Ngoba naseyiphelile kusho ukuthi lolo selo utawusale menjalo. Nangabe le yami yekugcina unayo. Every lady wearing a bra, please be seated. Give your hands, put your hands together. I challenge you to compliment someone today. That was just a simple demonstration that we have so much in common if we choose to focus our attention on that which unites us instead of what separates us. While we are on that, we can support each other. In the remaining 3 minutes, I work on a radio station, so I love to respect time when you are allocated a particular time period. Ngoba bese emoyeni what we do, I mean, lalabanye basakade, nabakhuluma nawe especially telephonically. Dava awu walahleka lapho umlaleli wami. Ngoba vele sinedinga inobho tekuthi ulahleke siye emakethe. But ke bangakacishi inkinobho yami. Angicele ukuthi on the issue of supporting each other, let's be intentional, deliberate. Asitifundzise kusupporta businesses. I knew I was coming here. I don't know how to draw my eyebrow. I asked on Facebook for a local makeup artist. Angmati angdzingu mati nyalo senyamati nami ngidawurefera lomunye. It is how it grows. When you know someone runs a business, uhamba usuke la uzuye emalahleni ushiye onke emabhizinisi la khona la because angaza nje ngenompumelelo ngami. Let's siyashintsha. And if you do have feedback, provide constructive feedback. Uyakhula naye. Nawe loniketwa i-feedback, rebuke the spirit of offense. Ungabi offended muntu nakakwakha. Kungcono ukuthi atshele wena ukuthi ungenda ngcono la nala kuneke ukuthi ahambe atshela potential clients uthi naye lo kuyabheda. Let's support and demonstrate the culture of support and demonstrate that to our children. Ngicela kwenda example yema elephants. Elephants move in herds, female herds. As soon as maja ati puberty, they have the liberty to move away from le group. But labo mage stick to each other. And the strongest, wisest matriarch of the herd leads the herd. We can learn from laba laba hambele ndlela. But what I love in particular is when a female, one of the females is about to give birth, and they surround the one that is giving birth to protect her from attacks. If we can learn that from the elephants, to support each other to the level where we protect each other from external attacks. Atabelega, when the little elephant is born, bakhahleli dust. Ngalokuthanza kujaji unga bamgoliselani lo mntwana cha bendela ukuthi lesikhumba sakhe lesenga develop immunity simvikele from the sun and all other issues. Le bengana bagiyo ngikho lapho. How do we keep our cups full when there are things that drain our energy and drain us? There are issues that we have to deal with. You touched on gender-based violence, and I love that. All of those topics. But then there's this language, it's almost as if we're competing in pain. Ungene nyalo bathroom uve ase ngishaya inhloko mfazi ungcono mina mosla. It is so common that it's so easy. Language here is wired to complain. And the more we complain, the more it takes away from us. And those are the things that empty our cups. So hamba nengomishi yakho le empty ufika endlini ma debit order athi dudu. Kuqhamuke lokunye ukuthi mama uhluthuke. because your cup is empty and you cannot pour from an empty cup. Lo mntwana akathi ukuthi wendeni. We need to heal because we speak from a point of pain, and then our children have to heal from us being their parents, from childhood traumas and emotional trauma. Ngicela kwenda na example ithi Mpumi, it's so easy for you to speak. Loku akayiboni impilo akuyathi. There's a quick task long ayenda at home. Look into your purse and see what it demonstrates. Abundance or scarcity. By that, I don't mean the amount of money you have in. I mean, whatever is in your purse, ihleli njani. Igocagocekile, ifonyekile, kunema receipts lasa faded, awusaboni ukuthi wathenga kuphi. Because we like to carry our problems. Empty it. Uhlale phansi nje, declutter your purse. Ushaye nje spring cleaning ubuke ipurse yakho. Nemali noma ngabe ngi-100 noma ngabe ngi-10 rand, let it sit as comfortably, as neatly as it can, because how you treat money says a lot about how you treat yourself. And if money were a person, beyitawufuna yini kuhlala esikhwameni sakho? Mpumi ukhuluma nabani wavela yikho iyohlala njani ngoba noma ihleli wena uyahlala la uhleli khona so akuhlaleki. Yathi ayihlali imali nje. Sishintshe language angithi. Speak life into every situation and speak abundance and change your frequency. If you tune into Rise FM right now, you will hear what Rise FM is broadcasting, right? If you tune into a frequency of complaint, illness, sickness, disease, and whatever else, you will hear that frequency. Kudlala loyo mculo loyo. Now ngabe unenkinga nalo frequency lo vibrator kiyo, change your station. Awukaboshelwa lapho kule tinkinga. And there's something amazing about changing the frequency, is because it might not change the situation right now, but you know you are stepping differently. You walk differently. Mage lothi ngifuna umntwana enhlitweni yami usho njalo make nyembathi bo make bayafuna umntwana athi sebangithukile basemtini sekube ngilokuya. As soon as she is pregnant, she starts celebrating. You ask yourself, but she doesn't have the child yet. No, but she knows that she's carrying the child. So as soon as you shift your mindset and you shift your thinking and the way you do things and the way you speak, you don't have to have that mansion, that car, but you know you are walking and carrying it somehow. And finally, like the elephants, find your tribe. They speak your language, and I'm khuluma ngesizulu ngesiswati ngesindebele ngithi inkulumo yakho angeke iziba offend. Maphupho akho angeke azabathuse. And often they will support you. Prioritize your health. We are digging our graves with our teeth. We are killing our families as well. Ngibani lo thenga igrosa lapha endlini? Ngibani lo phekako lapha endlini? Ngiyayeka leyo. Sometimes, yes, good discards. If you are going to make fast food choices, make better decisions. It's tough, I know, but I also know that it's possible. If I asked you to jump from this platform to here, if I said your child is burning on the floor, when the motivation is right, we will find the time, we will prioritize it. Keep your cup full. Take time out. My daughter is 6 years old and she often charges a tablet. If the tablet dies, there's no tablet, there's no Coco Melon, there's no Peppa Pig, there's no ngakubala konke sonke siyadada letingoma. Kambe ngiphi bayithanda kakhulu. Baby Shark, akudlali konke lokho. So she will ask Hlelo, i-tablet yakhe ithini? Athi mama, it is 5%, ngithi charge. I sit in the car, bese bayathi ukuthi angifuni muntu. When I'm sitting in the car, I'm recharging me. Abuya, mama, how much is your percentage? It's 5%. Give me some time. Remember how we speak to those around us. Nikhuluma kahle emsebenzini nebantu labanganathi. Now ufike ekhaya ulihlata. Your value never changes. Noma ngabe kulukhuni namhla lokule ngikushoko. Uthi Mpumi, I've been through situations and sekulukhuni. Lokushoko ngiyafisa kushintsha stage kude naleti ndlovu. As I sit, I think it's clear. Ngiphethe imali la ne? How much? Hey, ayisagcwala isinelithengi ngikutshela. 100 rand. If I fold it, how much? I'm going to throw it on the floor. How much is it? I won't do it, but if I would tear it, asiyakho. If I would tear it, how much would I have? Why is it so easy for us to accept that the value of money never changes no matter where the money has been, no matter what the money has gone through, but you dare believe that your situations and circumstances have devalued you in any way? Ngiyabonga.
Malibongwe. Asimshayeleni futhi izandla bethu. Woo! Hayi siyabonga Mpumi Pitso sinjalo ke thi. Ungirepresente kahle Pitso. Our cup will be full now. Siyabonga kakhulu sikhuthazekile. As we move forward, we're gonna get messages of support now. Izolo amakhosikazi bewahlezi kuma commissions and even before kuma regional workshops ba dealile ngama issues, so ngizocela kakhulu ke kuma messages of support ukuthi nginipha 4 minutes. Ngiyanicela Zimbokodo ngoba nina ne leadership ngiyazi ukuthi you can speak even for hours if I don't request you. So I'm gonna start by Comrade Amanda Nell Breitenberg from the Freedom Front Plus. Abazokhuluma ilaba bama political parties akhona e-legislature. Simshayeleni izandla Comrade Amanda. Four minutes leadership. Once I start to speak here, it means you have exceeded your 4 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Mpumalanga, Sawubona. I'm Councillor Randa from the Freedom Front Plus, Governor Mbeki, on behalf of my provincial leader, Mr. Werner Weber. August is the month we honor women. We should commemorate women every day for enduring what they do, not just once a year. In the past, the present, and in the future, women were and will be the foundation of our strength. Vroue, gestremdes en kinders staar daagliks verbale mishandeling en seksisme, tuistering, victimisasie, verkrachting in die gesig en word dikwels met hulle lewens beboet. Dis onaanvaarbaar dat mense onder hierdie afgryslike geweldsmisdaad moet deurloop. Die regering maak jaarliks beloftes dat oortreders in hierdie gruweldade sal boet, maar tot dusver is daar dadels van hierdie leë beloftes gekom. Die ANC moet nou hul prioriteite agter mekaar kry en sorg dat hierdie weerlose mense, ongeag hulle ras of velkleur, beskerm word. After 28 years of the ANC ruling, the justice system in South Africa is failing these victims. Abuse occurs on a daily basis as we speak. Rape and murder cases are postponed regular basis of lack of evidence or poor workmanship of SAPS, and a severe backlog of forensic evidence. The Freedom Front Plus condemns the words of the Police Minister, Bekele, towards women, I quote, that a 19-year-old woman was likely to be raped by one man. His choice of words shows no respect towards women. The minister, Mr. Bekele, paints a grim picture for women in this country. Social problems like poverty, lack of education, drugs, and alcohol abuse in South Africa are the main reason for most of these problems, all of which make women helpless against these perpetrators. Many women are uneducated because of social injustice in the past. The government must implement an education system to educate women.
1 minute left. Round up.
Regardless the rise of class, education is knowledge and will give women a better understanding for their rights, which will support a better future for all women. However, it is also vital to teach young boys to respect women and that the violence towards women it's not the answer. Importance of Women's Day and month is now being celebrated more and more at school level. This is a sign that we're moving in the right direction to celebrate the importance of every woman that deserves to be respected, to be loved, to be happy. The Freedom Front Plus wishes all women a happy Women's Month. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Alibongwe. Thank you very much, Comrade Amanda. We will then call Comrade Mbali Dlamini from EFF. 4 minutes leadership. Asimshayeleni na izandla says.
Mandla! Amandla! Away two! Forward to expropriation of land without compensation, forward! Forward to the liberation of all women, forward! Comrades, I stand here as a woman, a black woman who's detested just like you, who lives in a society that is brutalized. So Mangiti Amanda, I'm not saying Amanda to my political organization. I'm saying Amanda to all the women in this room. Amanda! Amanda! Viva women of Mpumalanga, viva! Viva women of Mpumalanga, viva! Thank you very much. Saying minute one. Okay, comrades, allow me to greet you all protocols observed. Chairperson akadlali ngesikhathi. Standing here before you, I'm wearing a t-shirt that says, I can't breathe. Women of South Africa can't breathe. We are suffocated by a system that keeps women away from reporting the violence that they face in their homes, in their churches, in their political organizations. We are suffocated by traditional courts that tell women who report cases of rape to their traditional leaders that they must go cleanse their homes of perpetrators. We are suffocated by the justice system that is quick to strike cases off the roll without waiting for the sufficient evidence for cases to sit in courts. We are suffocated by women in our own spaces who chair caucuses that are there to bring us down. We are suffocated as women. Comrades, there's a story of Charlotte Maxeke that is always conveniently left out, and they give us the pretty side of her history. Allow me to tell you that Charlotte Maxeke attended a launch of the South African Native National Congress in Bloemfontein in 1912. Her name was raised as one of the people who must form part of the leadership. Comrades stood up and said the struggle was not ready for a female. Charlotte Maxeke was rejected to lead because of her gender. Being female meant that she is a stepchild of the movement and a charity case for men. Therefore, she must step aside. But Charlotte did not step aside. She did not fold her arms. She created her own space and opportunity to lead. She organized women and founded the movement called the Bantu Women's League, which today is called the Women's League. Just like Charlotte Maxeke, we need to rise to the occasion. We must organize more women to join political organizations, civic groups, and any other structures that are there to empower women. Only women can defeat the evil that is called gender-based violence, because we know how it feels to be sidelined by society simply because we have vaginas. We must learn from heroes like Charlotte Maxeke, who got rejected as she was in the mainstream politics.
She still went on to lead an army of 700 women who marched to Bloemfontein City Council, where they burned their passbooks. This society will never be at a point that is ready for you. They will never tell us that they are ready for us. We need to stand up and show them that we are ready. We will no longer ask for permission from men to give us space. We will claim it because it is our rightful position.
1 minute left.
The brutalness of colonization and apartheid brought us into the trauma that Black women face. The psychological warfare of Black women also needs to be a part that we need to deal with. Comrades, let us continue to form part of our structures. The government doesn't protect women. It has failed. There are no DNA systems in police stations.
Thank you very much. 4 minutes left. Simshaleni izandla siyabonga. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Comrade Mbali. We'll then call upon Comrade Lydia Muruane from the African National Congress. 4 minutes leadership.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, all protocol observed. This is an opportunity that the ANC in this province continue to indicate that the women in Mpumalanga are taking the accolades of high positions. We want to appreciate that both in the legislature and in the executive, we are having women. And above all, we have a Madam Premier in this province. This is something that we pride ourselves on and continue to indicate that all women who have been deployed by the ANC to strategic positions, not only politically, including those that are employed or appointed in the administratives. Remember, you're representing us. Why am I referring to that? It's because at times there are women who will claim that they are deployed by men. We must put it clear that every woman deployed in any strategic political position is representing the 50% women. That did not come easy because we started from trying our level best to have up until 30%. We said 50, they said we'll give you 30. Here we are, we're at 50. Want to appreciate the good strides that you are doing, representing us as deployees in various capacities. Continue to remain our voice, speak through actions, put more noise, positive noise of ensuring that you are giving our services. We applaud you, our deployees. We are very much proud that you don't forget that you are representing us in that space. We must indicate that it is prestigious to indicate that in this juncture we'll want more activities and programs. For example, give 6 to 12 months in terms of sanitary towels so that you don't only give for 1 month and at the next month the learners or whoever you're assisting in terms of dignity packs, they are left stranded. Work on having longer times and longer period in terms of giving services. I must indicate as I'm going to sit down that we are saying as the ANC Women's League that we continue to have a loud voice of saying chemical castration to all men who are raping and abusing our women. And we are saying that there should be no bail to all perpetrators, including those that are committing first crimes, because that is a latitude that makes them to go away and continue where they left.
I must indicate that in this month of August, we want to applaud the ANC Youth League in Mpumalanga Province for giving opportunity once more for the second time in this province to a young woman, giving her a responsibility to continue and ensure that the ANC Youth League and the organization itself as a CEO is run by young women. Sithi malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Let's continue to unite. Let's support our deployees. Deployees support us. You are our Esther. Where you are not on your own. You are representing us. We thank you so much. Thank you, Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Comrade Lydia, for adhering to the 4 minutes. I did not even remind you that you are 1 minute left, but you were on time. Thank you very much, leadership. Makhosikazi, nabo baba bakhona bancane. Yezwa ngithi nabo baba ngehlisa voice. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. Sanmugela enisibukele ku Facebook na ku YouTube. We really welcome and we thank you that you are with us in this program. Makhosikazi, isikhathi se-keynote address. Sizobiza ngaphambili umhlonishwa umphathiswa uMama uBusi Shiba we-department. Oh, before I go there ku keynote address, we did not receive the representative from DA. Is anyone assigned, just for in case I don't leave DA aside? Akekho ne. So being right. Sizobiza umhlonishwa umphathiswa we-agriculture, rural development and land environmental affairs. Umphathiswa uMama uBusi Shiba uye isikhulumiselanga namhlanje eze ngaphambili azosipha inkulumo yelanga. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe.
Malibongwe, 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 malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Malibongwe, malibongwe, malibongwe,
Malibongwe. Wathinta abafazi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu program director Honorable Hlophe angubingelele chairperson of committees. Ngibingelele Honorable Speaker wethu we-legislature uMasilela. Bese ngibingelela the hosting speaker wala ekhaya ku Hartsibande district uMage Sikhonde ongekho phakathi kwethu omelwe uKhansela Thwala. Bese ngibingelela Honorable Deputy Speaker wethu legislature Honorable Tabete. Ngiphinde ngibingelele ama members, my colleagues, members of the Executive Council abakhona phakathi kwethu. Ngisabone uMEC uNtshali angakaboni abanye ukuthi sebakhona. Bese ngibingelela uchairperson wethu we-portfolio committee kuDadliya umhlonishwa uLbisi okhona phakathi kwethu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sibingelele ama honorable members wonke akhona la phakathi kwethu abaqhamuka kusishayamthetho. Bese ke ngibingelela bo executive mayor abakhona phakathi kwethu, MMCs, abo speaker, amakhansela, council whips abakhona phakathi kwethu ngiyanibingelela. Ngibingelela ama-head of department if kukhona abakhona, senior management and staff abakhona phakathi kwethu that is supporting i-legislature. Bese ngibingelela ubukhosi bondaba ezitha. Angakaboni makwenziwa ama-introduction ukuthi ukhona omele ubukhosi ongaphakathi kwethu. Ngiyababingelela kakhulu bondaba ezitha. Angiphinde ngibingelele our special guest, abomama be-province, izimbokodo ezikhona phakathi kwethu. Ngisho ngithi nibahle kakhulu zimbokodo. Siyabonga kakhulu mangabe nina beningekho, ngabe nami angimanga laphambi kwenu. Ngithi wathinta abafazi. Angiphinde futhi ngibingelele ama-representatives from the different political parties ezikhona lapha e-legislature. Ngibingelele ikakhulukazi u-Chief Whip of the official opposition party, uMhlonishwa uMakenyembe. Bese ngibingelela members of media abakhona la phakathi kwethu laba abaloku babhizi bachafaza bashuthi izithombe. Ngibingelele ama-representatives from different stakeholders abakhona phakathi kwethu. Sisimpumi siyabingelela, siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ube khona nokuthi usibeke kulezi ngosibeke kilo singabo mama. Bo speaker abanye abaqhamuka kwamanye abo municipality bese ngibabingelele. Ngonethula phakathi kwethu wase Steve Church wase ethembisile hani, siyabonga kakhulu. Ngibingelele all invited guests abakhona la phakathi kwethu, abanye mhlambe engingababonanga. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kusesekuseni ngizobe ngiright mangithi good morning, ngiphinde futhi ngithi sanibonani. Chairperson, I am highly honored and humbled to be given the opportunity to share my views with you on this special platform where esteemed women of the province are gathered. I take my hat for the provincial legislature, which has organized this not only exquisite, but also critical event that provide women with the platform to discuss issues that affect them directly and closely at the level of the province. Ngiyasaluta kakhulu, Honorable Speaker. I am fully aware that commissions have deliberated at length and robustly about the thematic issues and will share with us reports thereof for all of us to engage to take the women issues forward. I have also listened carefully to the matters shared and raised by the speakers through the welcoming remarks and the messages of support before me. I will try my best not to repeat what was said, but to reflect on those that I deemed relevant for this audience. Program Director, from time immemorial, women had suffered a number of challenges that include being regarded as a minor. Siyazi ukuthi abomama kudala bowubukeka ngathi wena kufuneka ube mncane ekhaya. That is why ubaba mangabe ayovakasha ekhaya bokuthiwa usayobona abantwana, including you as a woman. And being identified through the husband, cultural practices that will make them marry without their consent, make them not to observe to be educated, having no right to vote, no right to reproductive expectation, no right to ownership, being paid lower wages. Convener wethu wabomama province siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ubuye urepresente bomama lana. Lena engikhuluma ngayo ye lower wages mina ngike ngayifila mangiqeda ukushada bomama ngo-1992. Ngikhuluma no-principal wami siyavumelana ukuthi ngoba thina bomama uma submit certificate somshado bengifundisa nguthisha umholo wakho uyanciphiswa ungabe usalingana even nabanye bomama uncipha kakhulu kuthiwe wena indoda yiyo ezokondla seyakondla uphinde kuloko ukuthi sihola kancane kunabo baba owakho ngoba ungumshadikazi uphinde wehle futhi so siyavumelana nobabshiba ukuthi mina I will remain the Maseko ngoba isibongo sami sasekhaya ngimaseko ngingasubmit certificate kanti ubabshiba yena ngale la fundisa khona yena uyasubmit certificate ngoba ufuna ukukhushulelwa umholo ngoba soyangondla so uma asubmita yena masifika le ePitori ziyangibamba mina principal wami ngaka submit ziyangibamba ngale nazi ngibamba ngale besihola ngama-check ngaleso sikhathi leso i-check lami seliqhamuka selibiza uShiba hey principal angazange angidle ngamazinyo ngalelo langa Shiba siyavumelana ufuna ukungixoshisa emsebenzini wena nali i-check seliqhamukile selibiza uShiba njani manje ngoba sivumelene ukuthi wena usubmit certificate kanti uShiba maka submita ngale bese seyangibamba nami ngaka submit mina kwakhosa ukuthi nami bese sengiyasubmit sengisho lokho ke ukuthi ke uma sikhuluma ngale issue yokuthi abomama kudala bomama besihlukumezekile kodwa manje sokunoshintsho olukhona abanye bethu sine testimony in that regard and not occupying higher decision making positions in the workplace the list goes on and on. Of late, women are suffering from human trafficking and the whole spectrum of gender-based violence and femicide. We must acknowledge that the democratic dispensation of 1994 brought some relief in the lives of women. There are positive changes that have taken place in the lives of women. We are now equal to men in terms of the law and have a say in our marriages. Women can now inherit their husband estate and own property, and particularly land. Qala bomama bonga itholi estate yo ihusband yakho. Uma nje ubaba asashonile kuzoqhamuka umndeni uhlale phasi kuthiwe kunendlalifa la ekhaya yiyo okufuna i-inherit the estate kodwa manje sesiyakhona ukuthi ube appointed ukwazi ku-inherita i-estate kufanele ukuthi ugovernment wethu of the day siushayele izandla in that regard. Women can decide how many children they want to bear and when they want to bear them. Women can work and earn equal salary as compared to men, and women can hold higher decision-making and leadership position. Njengoba besabona lama kakhuluma uconvener nezikhuluma ezingaphambili zishilo ukuthi ke nathi sinenhlanhla as abomama eprovinsini silidwa umama ngaku-government. Nathi futhi waphinda wasi-appointa singabomama ukuthi sihlale ku-cabinet yakhe. Siyakubonga lokho kakhulu. Abused women have recourse to Domestic Violence Act as amended, and the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Framework and relevant courts that protect them from being abused. The offices on the status of women in the offices of the Premier, the gender machinery structures, the Department of Social Development. Ngiyajabula kakhulu ukhona umphathiswa in that regard because social development play a big role kuma issues wama families. Bayakhona ukuthi even bahlanganise imndeni ima ngabe bese kube khona ukuhlukana umsebenzi wabo mkhulu kakhulu ubaluleke kakhulu. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Human Rights Commission, and the Commission on Gender Equality, the Women's Caucus in Parliament and in the Legislature, and the Select Committee on Women, Youth, Children, and Persons with Disabilities are part of the infrastructure that emerged after the 1994 elections that assist in empowering women. Yingakho ngisho ukuthi ushintsho lona selikhona akhona ama-systems in place asesikhona ukuthi singabomama sikwazi ukuthi sigijimele khona if kunezinkinga. All these are based on a strong foundation of the Women's Charter for effective equality that was adopted in 1954. It is this Women's Charter that eventually became the precursor to our Reverend Freedom Charter that was adopted at the Congress of the People in 1955, which was followed by the historical protest march to the Union Building on the 9th of August, 1956. Our special salute program director should go to women revolutionaries esibazi kakhulu esihlale ngaso sonke isikhathi sikhuluma ngabo abomam Helen Joseph, bomam Lillian Ngoyi, bo Florence Mkhize, bomam Ray Alexander, Dora Tamana, and many who dared the brutal regime continued to mobilize women in the country when it was extremely risky and unfashionable to do so. Siyacela kakhulu ke nathi bomama manje uma sicelwa kunama cases emakhotho we-gender based violence asibasapoteni abomama labo abasuke bamobilizile ukuthi siyomisa izingqwembe lapha emakhotho sithi no bail. Siyanicela kakhulu asifane nalabo mama few engibabalile lana angababali bonke bebaningi kakhulu ngingathatha isikhathi saka program director kodwa nathi sisapote abomama silwe nako lokuhlukumezeka kwabantwana bethu. Program Director, the democratic government has passed a number of laws and development frameworks to ensure that women's rights are human rights, that women are being empowered to be who they can be and are protected against transgressors. We are probably familiar with the variety of legislative frameworks that have since been developed and legislated to ensure that the statutory and cultural laws that oppressed women are eradicated. Ngingabala i-constitution yethu yala i-Republic of South Africa, Act 108 yango 1996. Ngiphinde ngibale futhi i-Human Rights Commission Act number 54 yango 1994. Ngibale futhi Commission on Gender Equality Act number 39 yango 1996. Ngibale futhi i-Gender Equality Strategic Framework for the Public Service yango 2006. And ngibale ne-Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998. Neminye imithetho engakayibali ekhona la. Okufuneka ukuthi masithola isikhathi noma sikuma discussions sibe na that opportunity ukuthi bomama sibafundise ngale mthetho ngoba le mthetho ikhona ishayele ukuthi isivikele. Uku-implementa kwawo umthetho akukafiki la singabomama sifuna ukuthi kufinyelele khona. Recently, Program Director, the President of the country, President Ramaphosa, signed laws aimed at tightening the gaps in legislation for prosecution of criminals. Uye wasayina umthetho ngoba besiya isikhala ukuthi umthetho wona ukhona kodwa kunama gap here and there la esibona khona ukuthi uma sebathi nje isigebengu or umuntu orepile unama rights wakhe ukuthi angathola ibail nani kuyasilimaza thina singabomama lokho ukuthi ngoba uma saphumelele ngaphandle kufuneka ayobhekana nalo victim le ekhona lapha bese uhlala ube nokwesaba ngaso sonke isikhathi. Kunomthetho la sibiza ngokuthi it's a Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act which protect abomama aba-vulnerable from kuma secondary victimization by allowing i-court ukuthi li-appoint ama-intermediaries besibabiza ngokuthi ama-personal link ukuthi bakhone ukuthi uma ngabe umntwana amncane mhlambe kumuntu omdala okhubazekile bakhone ukuthi ke bangakhona ukutestify abangabonakali kwenziwe i-video ukuthi ukhulume ngalo ungakhoni ukubonana nale perpetrator. Bese kuba ne-criminal law kuma Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act allow sexual exploitation and grooming of persons with mental disability, and provide that sexual offenses against persons who are mentally disabled must be also recorded in the National Register of Sex Offenders. Kuthi umuntu nje oke kwathiwa urape igama lakhe lihlale likhona lapha kule register yase national, ukuthi kwaziwe nakuvulwa laphayana nje noma ngabe ufuna umsebenzi kuyovulwa kuleya register kubhekwe libonakala igama lakho ukuthi likhona lapha. Bese kuba ne-Domestic Violence Amendment Act, which tightened up the process of obtaining ama-protection orders. Ama-protection orders ayaba khona kodwa uthi usalalele uzokuthiwe futhi umama uphinde wahlaselwa kunjalo. Program Director, the Women's Charter for Effective Equality of 1954, integrated with the careful observance of women development of the new dispensation, has been used as the basis for the development of Women's Charter for Accelerated Development of 2021 and the development of relevant frameworks. Abanye bomama baparticipatile i-NCOP uku-process manje ukuthi iya-reviewa i-Women's Charter ngoba kubonakele ukuthi kunama-gaps athile okufuneka abe-tightened. Ake ngisho ukuthi-ke i-Women's Charter ina-15 wama-strategic objectives. Ngizawufinqa nje ngeke ngiwasho wonke ukuze ngachithi isikhathi ngizame nami ukufinqa ngolimi lami ulimi likaJoji hayi likaJoji leli engilikhulumayo ukuze bomama bezwe ngeke ngiwasho wonke ngiwachaze ngayinye lama strategic objective akhuluma ngokuthi sifanele ukuthi siqhubele phambili eyokulingana, phinde futhi sibe nechaza ekuthuthukeni komnotho singabomama, siphinde futhi siqhubele phambili amalungelo wabomama ikakhulukazi emsebenzini, kakhulukazi manje ngoba besiye sabhekana ne-COVID-19 pandemic la kutholakale khona ukuthi-ke kuba nama-issues bomama abanye bebasebenza abanye abasasebenzi, and nokuthi abomama abazisebenzayo kuba nzima manje ukuthola i-market. So kubalulekile ukuthi sibheke ukuthi i-labor market policies wethu ziyakhulumisana nalesimo lesi esesibhekene naso manje, nokuthi futhi-ke umthetho lo ake uhlaziwe ngolimi lwethu. Ngiye ngajabula kakhulu masilapha ku-public hearing eMbombela kunomthetho othile o-amendwayo lapha la engiye ngawubona ubhaleke kahle ngeSiswati. Ngiye ngajabula kakhulu ukuthi that interpretation iyaba-assista kakhulu, especially labo mama ukuthi ba-understand ukuthi umthetho uma ngalohlobo lolu usuke uchaza kuthini. Uphinde futhi strategic objectives esinye sikhuluma ngokuthi kufuna kuthuthukiswe izinsiza kakhulu, abomama babambe ichaza lapho and bomama babukeleke, especially ku-issue yezindlu, amanzi nogesi kubalekile, and nokuthi-ke bomama bavikeleke i-social protection, nokuthi silwe ne-patriarchy kuma-families wethu ngoba isesekhona kwezepolitiki naku-civil life and nakuma-customer kwezamasiko. Singakhohlwa kakhulu i-Bill of Rights number 48. Siphinde futhi sibe ne-access emhlabeni, siphinde silwe futhi nokuhlukumezeka bomama, nokuthi-ke abomama ezindlini ikakhulukazi labo abatholakala bahlukumezekile bakwazi ukuthi bathole izindlu. Ngike ngezwa enye iproposal ngabanye bomama nami ngabazi benye inhlangano la ebusayo, bathi bona bafuna ukuthi uma ngabe umama ahlukumezekile ekhaya akungabi ukuthi umama sekufuneka aphume abaleke, bathi kufuna kuphume lo baba la ekhaya. Nami ngiyabasapota labo mama nabasho njalo ukuthi njani ukuthi uhlukumezeke bese kufuna uphume ubaleke, ake kuphume ubaba ekhaya bese usale wena mama naye akagijima afune indawo lengaphandle. Ngibasapota kakhulu. Siphinde futhi sibe ne-access kwezempilo ikakhulukazi nokuthi ke transformeke in terms of gender equality. Bengihlaziya lama clauses wo-15 kafuphi program director. Ake ngiphinde futhi ngisho ukuthi the violence and brutality that women and children are consistently exposed to has been sharply raised recently and even today by some speakers here. A strategic document has been developed by government to address this monster. In the final analysis, everyone has a role to play. Sifanele ukuthi sonke kube khona iqhaza esilibambayo ukulwa ne-gender-based violence and femicides. I-document la ina 6 wama-pillars aguidayo in terms of the sketch ye-gender-based violence and femicide. Angeke ngize ngiwabale. All I can say now is we need to look and analyze deeper to get more answers and understanding. It does not make sense that in spite of the publicized anti-gender-based violence campaign, a man would mercilessly attack and kill his wife. It does not make sense that while the country is grappling with poverty and unemployment, a group of men ambush and brutally rape young girls with no restraint as if they don't have children of their own. Sifanele ke bomama ukuthi nala kwezomnotho sibambe iqhaza kakhulu singabomama ama presentation asazokwenziwa la angeke ngisho program director esinako nathi ku department kuthuthukisa bomama kodwa ukhona u-chief director phakathi kwethu ozokhona ukuthi asho lokhu ku department esinako okuzokhona ukuthi bomama bathi grab nabo bagijime nako. Ngeke sikuthole sonke ngesikhashana but unyaka nonyaka uma kuvela bomama asibambeni. Upremier wethu Shilo wathi ke asizame ukuthi na kanjani abomama sibanikeze i-priority iloko okufuneka sikwenze. Accelerated development will also require the gender-responsive budgeting approach as an aggressive vehicle for gender equality by government. Kubaluleke kakhulu lokho ukuthi phinde futhi kumonitharishwe ukuthi ngabe kuyenzeka na ngoba okunye siyakukhuluma kubhaleke phasi kodwa in terms of implementation singakuboni kwenzeka. The accurate analysis and the need for a more radical approach was highlighted by Umama Christine Lagarde, Managing Director for International Monetary Fund. Address yake ngo 2014 uma ethi, let me quote, of course, changing policy cannot fix everything. Changing laws and institutions cannot fix everything. We also need to change attitudes away from a male-dominated culture to make it more open and receptive to the great contributions offered by women. In society in general and in business in particular, this means knocking down the outdated obstacles that hold women back, close quote. This is the difficult part. The global trends are also pointing to the same direction. Unleash the women power and grow your GDP. When we boost the participation of women, we boost the growth potential of a country. We can also consider the story of Rwanda, where the legal system guarantees equal rights in terms of land ownership and inheritance. And their constitution enriches gender equality with 30% quotes for women in leadership positions. Because of this strategy, Rwanda topped the world for women in parliament with 53% in 2013. And notably, Rwanda has been able to make impressive progress in reducing poverty and inequality. Addressing the London lecture in the Kansas University in 2018, the former Malawian president and the author of the book From Day One, Joyce Banda, presented this more clearer when she said, I quote, according to research done at Columbia University, there is a strong correlation between countries with female leadership and a rise in GDP, 6.9% to be precise. The probability of violence ending in a country increases by 25% when women are well represented in legislatures. And when women participate in peace processes, the resulting agreement is 35% more likely to last. Furthermore, women are more likely to pass legislation that promotes education, healthcare, and social welfare, improving the overall health and productivity of the society. Close quote. As I conclude, Program Director, it is crucially important that we capacitate and strengthen our oversight structures in ensuring that the policies, as stated above, are adhered to and complied with at all levels. That is why forums such as the Women Caucus need to be revived and strengthened. They should influence planning, adoption, and ensuring compliance. Therefore, the message is clear. If you want a strong and bright economic future, then we need strong and bright women to help drive it. That means all strands of society need to embrace the inclusion of women. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Program Director. Wathinta abafazi.
Malibongwe. Singamshayela kakhulu Mhlongo umhlonishwa yabona. Siyabonga mhlonishwa umlayezo omuhle kangaka welanga osiphe wona. Manje sesizozama ukushesha uLosihlanu namhlanje Zimbokoto nemasuka la siya Mpumalanga siyayazi banzi kangakanani. Khona babuye Dr. JS Moroka, khona babuye Nkomazi, khona babuye Pigs, ngibala laba basemabhoda weMpumalanga. So sizobuzama ukushesha. Okulandelayo ohlelweni lethu sizothola ama-presentation ngama-progress report wezinqumo esizithethe kuma-Women's Parliament andlulile ngabahlonishwa bethu esibabiza ukuthi ma-executive authorities. Sizocala ngomhlonishwa somlomo wethu u-Honorable Masilela azopha i-progress report. Mhlonishwa ngicabanga ukuthi ithoni yokuthi Friday izwile kancane speaker somlomo. Simkhuthazeni ngezandla seza.
Ngibonge Program Director ngiphenze ngibingelele wonke lokhona la endlini ngithi all protocol observe. As a legislature, we had one issue, the issue of the amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution. The Joint Constitutional Review Committee, known as Joint CRC, conducted public hearings in all provinces, including here in Mpumalanga in 2018. The sole purpose of these extensive public engagements was to get inputs on the amendment of the Section 25 of the Constitution. During these hearings, the following questions were posed to stimulate meaningful inputs from the public. Is Section 25 of the Constitution hindering the expropriation of land without compensation? What changes would you like to see for the proper implementation of Section 25 of the Constitution. The Joint CRC compiled a report and tabled it in the National Assembly. The report listed the following key issues arising from the public inputs. There is unequal and skewed ownership of land in the country, the security of tenure for farm workers, farm tenants, and those residing on communal land held in a trust must be assured. Corruption and insufficient land reform budget, along with a lack of capacity within the state, were mentioned as hindering the land reform process. The state is asked to formulate a clear strategy for land redistribution to address the injustices of the past. The Constitution should explicitly state the expropriation of land without compensation as a legitimate option for land reform. The public hearings were concluded with two opposing main views. The first view was that Section 25 is an impediment of the expropriation of land without compensation and needs to be amended. In particular, Section 25, subsection 1, and Section 25, subsection 2b, and Section 25, subsection 3 were highlighted as problematic. These provisions are perceived to be protecting property rights acquired during colonial and apartheid days. The second view is that the Constitution already allows for expropriation without compensation. The view is supported by Section 25, subsection 2a, which states that property may be expropriated only in terms of the law of general application for public purposes. Those opposed to the amendment of Section 25 further recommended that Parliament repeal the Expropriation Act number 63 of 1975 and process the draft expropriation bill to align it with Section 25. The envisaged Constitution 18th Amendment Bill, which aimed to amend Section 25 in order to allow the state to expropriate land without compensation, failed to garner the requisite number of votes, 2/3 majority in the National Assembly. This means there will be no changes to the Constitution. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will then call upon the Honorable MEC Nchalinchali, Honorable MEC for Social Development. Malibongwe.
Malibongwe. Kamala makhosikazi. Sibonge kakhulu sihlalo womhlangano wethu ophinda abe usihlalo kule komiti lethu elisinakekelayo. Angithi all protocol observed ngoba sekushiwo Honorable Speaker bathi sihamba ngeFriday akusese 4 minutes say Friday. Thina si department yaka social services sinama issues abawa raiser and we are responding to the recommendations by the Select Committee on Women, Children, Youth, People with Disability and Public Participation. We were recommended to go to we must deal with programs that are aimed at teaching the boy child on how to treat girls and women. And I think if very leganing ukuthi esikhathini esiningi Siyabashiya labafanyana. Yiko siba nabantwana ekugcineni who are very angry and violent. Our response as a department, the alarming increase on gender-based violence cases and brutal murders of women in the province is both shocking and devastating. More women community members, and there is more victims that are coming forward to report such cases. Because sometimes we might cry foul, Honorable Speaker and Chair. Sithi thina akunama convictions, but sifuna ukuyikhuluma isintu ekhaya sifihle. That is the problem. Ukuthi mase kuboshwe lo baba lesinkwa sawubekwa ubani etafuleni. So there are programs that are being driven by the department, so they are coming forward. And the incidences give a clear indication that the province will have to make concerted efforts to implement preventative programs to advocate for the rights and the victims and empowerment. So where we are as a Department of Social Services, we've got social workers, we've got a footing in every municipality. But in councils, you've got MMCs that deals with these social services things. It cannot be correct that women lead themselves. U-MEC ayedwa ngeke abe all over the courts of Mpumalanga. But our councillors, led by MMCs, led by ourselves as women, we can be there and make sure ukuthi our communities and our programs are known. And also the province needs to ensure that communities are educated on the rights and responsibilities, on victims' charter, parental programs, family preservations, and the reporting protocols. Because sometimes you think a court kungathi kuse police station, and yet police station now uyovula icala kune process yakhona. Kune process ye National Prosecuting Authority. Ukuthi this case oyilethayo, is it prosecutable or not? And then kunenkosi enkantolo say preside over this matter and give out a judgment. So these protocols are very, very key. Because sometimes sibona ngathi thina makafika enkantolo bamnika bail, what you're saying, Honorable MEC. Balandelela nale mithetho kungako kubalekile ukuthi shamthetho masiletha le mithetho ukuthi I review, let's make sure ukuthi we input siyaphuma sibomake si input, because if we don't kuzoyenzeka njengaloku speaker bekalathi siyenzile sahamba ne process kodwa asitholanga support. It's us who can make those changes. And the implication of the scourge of gender-based violence in the next generation, this can only be achieved by creating public awareness, rolling out and prevention programs, even in schools. Because even at the level of schools, our kids are being abused, whether sexually, whether being bullied, it is worse. Now we're coming from a stats, there was a report that was given by Stats SA and also by the Minister with Social Development. Maya bantwana bethu bakhulelwe. Who is impregnating these young girls? Hayi phela kusumama kaJesu akusumoya ingcwele. There's somebody omprekisayo, and lo somebody yena uba ngathi it's very painful when they are saying a 10-year-old, a 13-year-old is pregnant. So those are the things that we must take it to the schools, even in our churches. I don't know how many cases have been reported in churches. But nabanthandazela bathi khumulani. There's things that you will do in churches now was gahle. Ukuthi le it's not right. Yile Honorable Speaker and Chair vane ngithi mina akunasitsha kasamfundisi kami. Lese sidla ngaso sisithandayo nomfundisi mhla avakashila uzodla ngaso. Ngoba lezi zinto lezi abanye abobaba bese bazonda nalamasonto ngisho. Ukuze bathi ngapha esontweni bathitha with kid gloves bathi uyothandazela uwedwa Reverend Mphe uthandazela wedwa nomfundisi ngale ubaba sele ngapha emuva. We're happy ukuthi even our women pastors kule space must assist us ukuthi siqede le demon elikhona emasontweni. In our own community platforms and youth formations, we must inculcate social behavioral change amongst our youth. The department is also implementing various prevention programs aimed at social behavior change, moral regeneration. A total of 6,753 young adult males were reached in 2021-22 financial year. The implementations of various programs. The breakdown of these programs and achievements is listed below. Your men and boys, the department has reached a total 500 men and boys implementing the boys and men program on this financial year in the role of a man in eradicating the scourge of violence. Because if we don't deal with it, we won't be able to overcome this violence. No violence against women in my hood, in my community. Because sometimes it happens next door, uthi will keep quiet, uyaphuma ufake red lips, ufake ikwayikwayo emsebenzini, ngapha kamakhelwane kunzima. Akulalwanga, amafastera aphukile. And you are saying, hey, angizingeni yazi. Also, it starts with me, my body, my pride. That is why ungibona ngifaka figure belt man. Represented the fuller figures. So that as women, it's my body, it's my pride. Nobody must dictate for you. Because thina sifuna ukuchanneliwa ukuthi umama ufake ifaskoti, umama ugqoka so. There's a prescriptions for women. There's a prescription even, Honorable Speaker, when indoda say umama shonile or kushonela ubaba. Uthola ubaba ahambe egcekeni, umama bamshaye bamsanction uhlele ematrasini. I'm saying those are the controversial things that we must face head on. And then other programs, it's your Boys Championing Change under Social and Behavioral Change Program. We have reached 2,505 boys in the financial year of 2021-22. The Fatherhood Program, the department in partnership with civil society organization, we have reached 1,325 young men and adult male throughout the province in the financial year 2021-22. On the men care program, we have reached 1,798, both young and old men. We've reached them in this financial year. We're dealing with taking responsibility for your actions. Because sometimes some boys, they think it's fine. A girl child can just wash dishes and do whatever, TV. So we must teach them to take responsibilities of their action, even if apulishe omunye eskolweni. Your voice and doing what is right. Positive value programs, 625 men and boys were reached. The focus of this program is on moral regeneration, promotion of positive values such as self-respect and the respect for others. The department will continue to provide a basket of services for psychosocial support, counseling, sheltering, what you've been raising. Umama, uma sebamgijimisa kosa simshelterishe, but la endlini nhlushwa indoda eyi-1. Umama unabantwana. So ngiyakusupporta nami MEC ukuthi agijime lo yi-1 kusale laba abaningi la endlini. So that nathi reduce the burden to shelter women and the kids when ubaba usele ne-6 room or ne-5 room yonke endlini. Also to deal with your awareness campaigns, your life skills development, skills empowerment to victims of crime and violence, to empower victims of crime and violence as they enter into criminal justice system about the services and protection they are entitled to in order to prevent secondary victimization. Because masofika court lapha, it's a different ball game. Sebayakubeka lapha, you must say it ukuthi ukurape njani. Wayenzani. So we must prepare them and give the necessary support. Because okunye it triggerisha what you wanted to suppress. And sometimes our people will not give the real information because we feel embarrassed. Ukuthi bangikhumulile, bangidabulela, bangenzani, or mina bangishayile ngagijima ngepitikoti ubusuku bonke. Uzama ukushilda le information, and that hinders in us having successful convictions. To ensure that victims and reported cases of crime or violence are dealt with, also encourage victims to exercise their rights. Strengthen partnership and collaboration with the CPS cluster and other key departments, civil society organizations, NPOs, and your CBOs. Also disseminate information for both survivors and victims in terms of implementing partners on services available to the victim of crime and violence. As I conclude, notably some, if not all, issues raised during this 2021 Women and Children and People with Disability, especially those that are specific to our department, are adequately addressed through recognized programs, and we shall continue providing these services. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Malibongwe. Asimshayele futhi izandla. Honorable MEC, ngiya-understand why unamagama public, apatia, Mama Action, and all that. MEC for social development. So you socialize, and that's where you get these names. Thank you very much. I will call upon MEC for Tartla, Honorable MEC Shiba. The platform is yours. Ngilayini Friday. Hlonishwa. Okay. MEC sekasiphile keynote address angithi sizobiza uChief Director Mabelane. Malibongwe.
Mhlonishwa Chair of Chairs, ngibonga lethuba onika i-department yethu, all protocol observed. Good department ya agriculture sibe nemibuzo emibili. Umbuzo wokuqala uthi the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Administration must conduct audit of all government land available and give it to women for farming purposes. Impendulo iti, umnyango wethu uqalile ukuyenza le audit. Uyenza i-audit yomhlaba uphethwe uhulumeni nomhlaba ophethwe community property associations, logo esikubiza ama-CPA. I-department yethu kule audit ibuka ukuthi kumanje umhlaba usebenza ukwenzani, futhi lo mhlaba ungakwazi ukwenza yini, futhi muphi umhlaba ongasebenziswa ngalesikhathi sikhuluma. Mase sikuhlanganisile konke lokho kuzosincedisa ukuthi si abe umhlaba ngendlela ekhethekileyo kubomama, kwa laba abakhubazekile nayo i-youth. Kumanje lasikhona ngaloku audita umhlaba sesithole imihlaba ama-piece emihlaba awu-1062 wohulumeni. Ngapha kuma-CPA sithole ama-piece womhlaba awu-533. Siyaxwayisa kodwa ukuthi mangabe uyafisa ukwenza kwezelimo, qala ngaloko okuncane onako. Angeke sifike sikunikeze inhlanyelo ze-5 hectares uhlulekile ukuthi uyenze le square meter onaso. Sikhombe ukuthi lento uyayithanda kuze nathi sibe nentshiselela yokuthi sikuncedise. Umbuzo wesibili uthi the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land Administration and Environmental Affairs should abolish the age restriction on the participation in the Fortune 40 program. Alternatively, develop a program with similar deliverables that target women. Masiphendula sicala ngokusho ukuthi le program ye Fortune 40 yadalega ngokuba eMpumalanga besibuke ukuthi laba abanomhlaba sebakhulile mabasishiya emhlabeni akubi nabantu abazochuba balimi ngaleyo ndlela ifood security iyalimala futhi njengoba sisazi statistics ukuthi abantu abasha abaningi abasebenzi kungakho sakhuthala ukuthi abantu abasha ngobuningi babo babe kule program ye Fortune 40. Ngiyajabula mhlambe abanye nibonile iNCA ukuthi bebabavesa abantu abalapha ku Fortune 40 bakhiphe kakhulu abomama kulama insect bekhona siyasebenza ka agriculture siyayenza ukuthi ukudla kube khona angithi sidlile breakfast namuhla nela nje siyoyidla nedina manje ke i-department ayikakaqali ukuyenza mhlawumbe iprogram efana nale for abantu besifazana kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi u-department akababukeleli abalimi babantu besifazana akhona ama-program la abantu besifazana badomula khona ningixolele le language angithi nyangiva angiqabulela kasirayisho umhlomukali kasikilang kwa kamakakaleni bale kulo mnyango sine program yayibizwa masibuyele emasimini manje siyibiza phezu komkhono mlimi abomake bayahlomula kule program sina i-training program la sibafundisa ukuthi bathole i-certificate nala sibafundisa ukuthi bakwazi ukwenza ezinye izinto zokulima noma i-certificate zingekho abomake laba esibabiza ama-small holders sesincedise 688 laba esithi ama-subsistence producers abalimela ukudla nokupha umakhelwane bona sesincedise 1695 phezu kwaloko kuna 2548 vulnerable households laba aba-vulnerable ba-unemployed siyabancedisa nabo ile nani leli njengoba bengithi cala kuncane la ukhona nama-food gardens awu-305 nawo sibancedile abomama abanalama-food gardens thatha ithuba ke uvakashele ama-department offices wethu ubone ukuthi bangakunceda ngani mangabe ukuncola awukusabi ngoba la ka-agriculture sibabahle namuhla masisemhlanganeni kodwa phakathi kweviki siphakathi kwama-overall sivuka ngo-4 ekuseni silala ngo-10 ebusuku akulalwa ka-agriculture besifisa ngokusho ukuthi ngoba kuwumhlangano wabomake sisho ukuthi ku-department yethu asiboneleli abomama kuphela bangaphandle ku-department lokho bebakubiza 50% representation of women in SMS asishaye sayishayela ngale ngoba thina sina 65.38% siyabonga sinama women's forum lamalanga siyawa celebrate abo National Day bo International Women's Day konke siyawa celebrate okuhle futhi sithi i-youth nabomake nalaba abakhubezekile mabalime balima kahle abantu besifazana kunaloko esikubiza Female Entrepreneur Awards bayatomula ngiyathemba niyabazi abadlulile abatomulile le program njengoba i-COVID idlulile isazochubeka basazotomula abomake baseMpumalanga Siyabonga.
Siyabonga asimshayeleni intandla ugcoke kahle futhi African woman. Sidobita i-department that will represent by Miss Piri. Didet. Asimshayeleni intandla ngazawe fast.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and all protocol observed. Ngizame kubamba indzaba yokusisi ku Friday. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi. Singasiyimbokodo angisho ushilo Mpumi wathi hayi ngoba siyimbokodo but we represent. Siyayiconza lapho ne. Ngiyajabula kakhulu ngicela kuphendula lapha le mibuto lekhona. I think laba beba ku commission yethu itolo there were a number of issues that were highlighted in terms of the responsibility of the department. Recommendation yokuqala from the previous parliament must continue with the implementation of the stimulus packages to mitigate the impact of COVID on the economy of the province, inclusive of the women in rural areas. Sithi-ke siyi-department, siyaqhubeka, we will continue to engage other departments because to create an environment. So we will continue to engage the National Department of Tourism, National Department of Small Business Development in the implementation yalama stimulus packages so that sikwazi ukudilana le impact ye COVID in the province. Siyawuzama-ke ukuthi kuko konke lesikwendako sifocus kakhulu ku women in rural areas. Sithi futhi-ke singeke sigcine kuphela kuma departments, but we will also engage with the department, with private sectors such as the SAB, NESASOL, ukuze ukuthi iside kuthola funding so that the training kuma women in rural areas, specifically in women in business. Sithi futhi-ke, the other one, basically, the department must assist women in the registration and funding of businesses. Thus, do away with the unnecessary red tapes which make it difficult for women to participate in the economy. Kuvelile kakhulu yesterday ku commission ukuthi there's so much red tape as women uzama kungena kuhlangabetana nawo. There were recommendations also that were made which we will also take note of as a department. But sithi kwamanje i-department iya-assista women or anyone who has a business go register through CIPC. Ema offices wethu in the different offices bayeta ebantu sikwadi kuba assista ngokwenda lokho. Sithi futhi-ke siyaqhubeka to link lama women in business with funding institutions such as your SIFA, your NYDA, IDC, as well as our own baby IMEGA, which is our implementation agent, so that we prioritize women-owned businesses. And sithi-ke one of the issues beyivelile futhi itolo issue of training. There's not enough information, and we're saying as a department we will continue to conduct awareness workshops with all the financial institutions so that to empower richer women-owned businesses in the rural areas. How can they access funding? I must also say that in June we hosted our first informal sector indaba in Middelburg, where we had also partnered, we had brought along financial institutions to share how can people access. So see our creator laoma platforms information ibe available. And then the Department of Economic Development and Tourism must conduct training workshops on online and positive impact of technology on businesses, including information communication technology to stimulate participation of women in the economy. Sithi department sisebenta very closely with SIDA to market the services of SIDA Innovation Hub, because SIDA sayinayo le Innovation Hub that has been established in the province to assist women entrepreneurs to participate in the new economy of innovation. The department will be conducting awareness workshops in partnership with the Department of Communication to empower women to get involved in the new 4IR program. The process yaqala 2020 during lockdown, and the department will upscale the training program in partnership with municipalities using the district development model approach to reach out more women in the rural areas so that they can improve their productivity and efficiency using technology to run and manage their enterprises. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think in my it's working. Ngiyavakala. Ngiyavakala. Ngiyabonga. Siyabonga Didet Mampiri, if your offices can be accessible, because the problem is that we have good programs, but uma bantu bakithi bafika kulama office, they send them pillar to post. Bantu barejistile company, but abakhoni ku-assisteka. And as legislature thina siliso nendlebe yalabantu, so siba worried uma labantu bafike kuma-offices enu, uma ni-presenter tinto tibe good, but practical ayikho lento, as improving. We will call education, and Mr. Nkosi will represent the department.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity. Greetings to you and the House at large. Let me also say all protocol observed. I stand on behalf of the MEC for Education to give a report on the recommendation that was made that relates to education. And the recommendation was that the Department of Education must review its curriculum so that it is relevant to the needs of the fourth industrial revolution, ensure that learners are equipped with knowledge to be job creators. And the report we're providing indicates that the Department of Education has developed a curriculum on a new subject that responds to the needs of the fourth industrial revolution, and the subject is coding and robotics. And it is going to be offered from grade R up to grade 9. And the subject intends to introduce learners to technology, to computers, to artificial intelligence, to the Internet of Things, which are key attributes of the fourth industrial revolution. As part of the process of introducing a subject, we are first piloting the curriculum. And as a province, we have 128 primary schools that are piloting from grade R to 3 and also grade 7. And we'll continue to introduce the pilot to grade 4 to 6 and grade 8 and 9 in this academic year and the next academic year. The other intervention is that the department has rolled out an e-learning project to all schools in quintile 1 to 3 for grade 12 learners. Over 55,000 learners have been provided with tablets to assist them in learning, and 6,700 teachers have been provided with laptops. And these devices come with digitized curriculum in terms of e-books and also study guides and all reading materials that learners require, so that we take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution and we make sure that our learners perform very well, particularly in grade 12, as it remains the passport to the world of work. The other initiative is around the establishment of math, science, and technology focus schools, which is 101 MST A or MST Academy linked schools that offer mathematics and physical sciences as compulsory subjects, because mathematics and physical sciences remain the critical and gateway subject for learners to access and be better equipped, even in line with the fourth industrial revolution. Lastly, Chair, we are also rolling out an increase in the number of technical schools and also introducing a new curriculum. Technical subjects are offered in grade 10, 11, and 12, but there's a new curriculum which allows the offering of technical subjects in grade 8 and 9, so that, again, it is the introduction of more learners into the engineering technologies, mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering, to make sure that when our learners leave this basic education at grade 12, they are able to employ themselves and become welders, become fitters, and become mechanics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkosi. Thank you very much for the progress report. We will call upon the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport, Madam Mahlalela. Some upload that says.
Greetings to the House, and safe to say all protocol observed. I'll be presenting a report that was presented by the Honorable MEC Moita Lachminarain. We had one issue as a department. The department graduates into its internship program. Our response is that we did increase the target enrollment for interns from 100 to 150 for the financial year. This was in line with the directive from the Department of Public Service and Administration. In that 150 interns, we had 90 females and 60 males. We also felt that even though we had one issue, we should also include issues of economic empowerment, as we have done, as we have empowered some women in the department. In terms of the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework, we are supposed to have a target set of 40% on all value contracts. We did that for Black women. We set the targets in our APPs. And then our report is that we have awarded 72%. It was an overachievement from the 40% expected to Black-owned, which is an overachievement. The department has also appointed 59 women contractors on the Sakabaki women in the construction program during 2021-22 financial year. Remember, all these years, we were mixing the males and the females, but we took a decision as a department that for this financial year, we are only going to concentrate on females. The 59 small, but it's a 100% achievement on us. This is our target for the department. Remember, we are expected as Mpumalanga Province to create 5,000 jobs on this program. So everybody has got a stake on the 5,000. So our target was 59. We have created all females, which is a 100% achievement. And then thank you. We targeted to create 17,652 work opportunities for women in the expanded public works program. By the end of December, a total of 18,448 work opportunities were created for women in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mahlalela. Thank you very much for the progress report. We will call upon the Department of Community Services, Madam TV Chwal. Route sesigijima kufasileni ne-load shedding nayo eating call. Friday abasebenzi bafuna ushayisa basakhalisa bande. So Madam Twala, the sooner you access the stage, the better, madam. Can we applaud her so that she's encouraged?
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker and the MECs present here and all protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of the MEC, MEC VR Shongwe, who is responsible for the Department of Community Safety, Security and Liaison, to respond on the issues which were discussed in the last year's Women's Parliament. The first issue that I will respond to is that the Department of Safety and Security and Liaison must conduct awareness campaigns to assist society in learning to listen to and support survivors of gender-based violence. What the department have done is that we've implemented awareness campaigns to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence. A targeted approach is made to policing precincts which have high incidence of sexual-related offenses in the province, including the top 30 priority stations in the province. In the current financial year, the department will be conducting 15 educational awareness programs on gender-based violence, which are distributed in the 3 regions of the province. The second matter the Department of Community Safety was expected to respond to is to put a mechanism on ensure that victims are not subjected to further trauma when reporting incidents of gender-based violence. What the department is busy with, together with SAPS, we are busy conducting audit in the police stations in the province in order to identify those stations which are without the functional victim-friendly facilities to ensure that the secondary victimization is not happening to the victims of gender-based violence. And also, the Department of Social Development deployed social workers in some police stations in the province. The other matter that we are expected to report on, Honorable Chair, is that we must conduct civil education on Bill of Rights with the specific focus on women. The department is conducting awareness campaign on gender-based violence and contact crime project to address the plight of women. The department conduct the civil education through door-to-doors, especially to the policing precincts which have high incidence of sexual-related offenses. It has been established that the door-to-door approach promotes trust between the officials and the community in disclosing the incidents of gender-based violence that are happening behind doors. As we know that the available number of subs that are there, we cannot have each and every household with a subs member. So then the community members are themselves who must report. So in that exercise also, victims are also encouraged to report cases on gender-based violence. And also community members on that exercise are educated about their rights as enshrined in the Bill of Rights, also in the Domestic Violence Act, in relation to the application of the protection orders. And also the community is educated through the izimbizos, which are held by the department. The department held 2 izimbizo in the last financial year. One was held at Emalahleni and the other one was held at Marite. And also we've held the 16 days of activisms for no violence against women and children campaign, which was held at Clarinet at Emalahleni. One would ask himself or herself to say, why focus on Emalahleni most of the time? Witbank, it's one of the top 30 priority stations nationally. So most efforts are taken towards that policing precinct. And also the department has dedicated a full-time GBV champion who is coordinating GBV programs internally and externally in the province. And also we are having a male forum on officials in order to strengthen the gospel of equality of all genders, as men are also primarily part of the community before they become employees. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Twala. The last presenter will come from the Department of Health, will be Madam Chwayo. Can we upload her as she's ascending to the stage?
Malibongwe. Thank you, Chair of Chair, and all honorable members. I'm Nanana Hlajwayo, responding on behalf of our Honorable MEC, Mesa Segan Manzini. Department of Health had only one recommendation, and it reads thus: Department of Health must review its antenatal class curriculum so that it includes treating children equally on the upbringing. Department of Health so far has had consultation meetings with the 3 districts and all sub-districts on maternal and child health services, which took place on the 18th of May 2020, and the curriculum of antenatal care training has been discussed. Secondly, we had consultation processes that was also conducted with midwifery. During the midwifery discussion platform that took place on the 20th of June 2020. And it is safe to say that the clinical protocol for antenatal care as well as program is under review that will be completed during the end of August by our district clinical specialist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Hlajwayo. Nanana, bengafuni ukuthi nanana ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe yithi sinenkinga. but siyabonga ukuthi usiclarifyile ukuthi igama lakho uMamNanana Hlatshwayo. Siyabonga kakhulu Honorable Speaker, kiwo wonke ama-department respondile. We are better off namhlanje compared to other years la sibamba khona i-Women's Parliament, and we really appreciate the Honorable MEC. We don't take my thoughts or respect legislature, and they are noted by us Zimbogoto and the legislature. Thank you very much. By so saying, we're proceeding now. We're going to get a report back from our commissions. I started my regional workshop. Commission here the role of government in mainstreaming women in the economic transformation, farming, mining, forestry, transport, and tourism. Who is a representative? Madam Tembega Mnis Singwan.
Program Director, allow me to greet everyone and all protocol observed. Feedback from Commission 1, the role of government in the mainstreaming women in the economic transformation. I'm assigned to present challenges still faced by women in a business industry and across. Firstly, women participation in the economy is still lacking, and it's worse in Mpumalanga. We have mines in the province, but our women are still considered still not considered with job opportunities and business at large. We have to prove ourselves 10 times more than males, and yet we are equally capable for the task. We end up being abused in order to be considered. We are concerned about the mining industry. Lots of power stations and mines are closing down, namely Witbank, Komati, and Mittelberg. Many families, communities are going to suffer and affected by this, and it seems like there's no plan of action to prevent this from happening. Secondly, land distribution for farming is a problem. Women are still considered to have enough capacity and to work. Women are still not considered to have enough capacity to work or make land productive. Instead, we are seen as sex objects. MEC, if you can look at the percentage who have to date obtained the land versus statistics of males, the margin is huge. Hence, to date, we still have women who are farming at the backyards of their homes. Inspectors are interested in penalizing without giving solutions. Women who are using communal land for farming are unable to apply for funding or grants due to lack of title deeds. Honorable MEC, amongst us, we have a 25-year-old girl who is doing poultry at a garage of her home. She has made several attempts to be assisted, but to date, she's still struggling. Thirdly, lack of funding for SMMEs is still a huge. Most SMMEs or businesses across is still struggling to get capital to fund their businesses or even kickstart them. But and end up being exploited, and yet we have a number of providing agencies, assistant providing agencies, which are not helping but require a lot of documentation to confuse these vulnerable women. Fourthly, tender system and database. Tender system is designed to block and prevent the Black disadvantaged women from participating. Who are these set-asides given to? Abobana bathola lama set-asides. Laba sihlala sitshelwa ngawo every time ukuthi kunama set-aside abekelwe abomama. Atholwa abobani because asiboni thina. propose the way forward la, Honorable Speaker. In the next coming Women Parliament next year, we want a positive feedback on the following proposal. We need statistics of women who have benefited in obtaining land, starting from now to today and next year as Women's Parliament. Statistics of women who have benefited from this set aside ekhulunywa ngazo. Skills development programs for women living with disabilities, placements and appointment statistics. Siyawacela next year. Sibone ukuthi bomama abaphila ngedisability sekusizwe abangaki, abobani abasebathole usizo so far. Then the number should be made available for women to be able to participate rather than getting them subcontracts under male companies. Women structures are still overlooked, and yet government is promoting formation of structures working together or as teams. That has to be fixed. In closing, we want deliverables. Sesikhathele isicamtho, sicela ukuthi sideliver. In quoting, I'm going to quote a verse from a Shunammite woman, 2 Kings chapter 4. Ivesi elikhuluma ngomfazi waseShumayi. Elithi, the prophet Elisha promised her by this time next year she will have a child, and indeed it came to pass. Honorable MEC, we plead with you to have the spirit of the Shunammite, and we come next year bearing nothing but fruits. Malibongwe.
Malibongwe. Toma. Ayo. Toma.
Malibongwe. Ngiyafisa ngempela ukuthi sicule. Namhlanje Friday. Cabangelani wena ngenzeka mawusuka la is 1 hour ke ekhaya. And ungayilidi ingoma, cabangela oya ePankop, cabangela oya eNdasi, cabangela omunye umama oya eNdasi, cabangela oya. Mina ukusuka la it's only an hour la ngiyakho. So siyabonga makhosikazi, besichuba kahle kakhulu, sikuzwile leadership, uvale kahle nangeverse, and it looks like upopular unesupport, sekufuna ukuvuka nengoma. Siya ku-second commission sikhona uthatha ama-discussion leadership Zimbogoto, yeah, on escalating the fight against gender-based violence and homicide. Madam Albertina Manzini, asimshayeleni izandla sesa.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to greet you, honorable members of this August House, the fellow honorable members from the community that has graced this parliament. Sanbonani Bomama. Malibongwe. As mentioned, my name is Albertina Manzini Tabete from Tabachwe municipality. Madam Speaker, the theme of the Women's Parliament is following up on government commitments for a better life. This means that we are entrusted with the responsibility to review the work of government since the of democracy in South Africa with regards to women's emancipation. Madam Speaker, 66 years ago, majority of women in South Africa marched to the union buildings to confront the apartheid regime head on. Mam Winnie Mandela said, I quote, "One of the things I fear is letting down my people. I wouldn't live with that type of conscience of having let down my people after they've been brutalized for so long," close quote. Madam Speaker, today women in South Africa are still faced with number of challenges affecting their livelihoods. Worse, with the scourge of GBV and femicide cases that are ensuring on these daily lives. We cannot hold our arms as if everything is fine. Therefore, our government strategic planning regarding this absurd occurrence is to gather its people, those affected directly and indirectly, and in allyship to find from the ground what is the root cause and how can we change about that. Madam Speaker, the Commission has noted the following challenges: that the women are still not well empowered to stand their own. Dependency due to unemployment, which results on women tolerating abuse in favor of family unity and stability. Women are not economically emancipated. Therefore, the Commission recommends the following: that the government must set timeframes for the implementation and achievement of set objectives regarding inequality insofar as employment and economic emancipation of women is concerned. The provincial government must ensure the allocation of 50% opportunities created by the following provincial economic sectors, namely mining, forestry, agriculture, construction, and civil engineering. Government must eliminate red tapes on funding of women business proposals. The provincial government must broaden the strategic task of MRTT to enable it to have a broader training programs that are focused on addressing any skill hindrances confronted by women of the Mpumalanga province. The parliament must pass harsh laws such as death penalty on rape offenders and GBV perpetrators. The Commission further notes the private sector is dragging its feet in employing women in strategic positions. We recommend that the legislation passed by Parliament to force private sectors to employ us, and a proper tool must be set to hold them accountable. In closing, honorable members, I want to quote from the Freedom Charter. "The land shall be shared amongst those who work on it," close quote. We want to believe that our democratic government shall ensure that what is emphasized by the Freedom Charter insofar as sharing the land, we also share the economy of our country as we are part of South Africa. I thank you.
Malibongwe. Thank you very much, Madam Albertina Manzini. Now, Zimbogot, sizizwile ama-report ama-commission ebesinawo. Huh? Okay. Okay, ay. Angithi akwenziwa lo mayinani bangumsino mina ngeke ngazi ukuthi itoyitoy it's about what. Yebo mama. Okay, can we, yeah, can we then get the report of of the second commission? Nambe ngizibuza ukuthi benidilanga economic emancipation nani na? The report here, can you, the scriber assist us quickly? The report of the second commission which deals with the GPV. Bazotoyitoya abomama nebatoyitoyela mina. Basebenzile. Okay, Amanda. All right, si nami ngithola i-directive. Asithole ama-edition. Now that niya dispute, submitan lama issues engicanga ukuthi melangeni. Uzoba number 1, iza phambili vele mama. Ube number 2. Ube number 3, ube number 4, ube number 5, 6. It's a new hand. Let them add from the commission. Ngimangela angahlali ngengoma yena ukuthi kwenzakale. Sicela ukuthi singaphindi lokwakushilo ne. Okay, siyabonga. Siqonde ngqo ukuthi yini esi-edayo. Uzisho igama uya-eda mama.
Okay, Kamala Mumbali Wagadlamini. The one thing that we discussed in the GBV Commission is that Stelama Safe Home to be built in Mpumalanga. That is number 1. Number 2, to empower the police stations in terms of vehicles, DNA kits, number J88. That's my submission on my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbali. Umbali did very well. Sonke masingafsubmita as Umbali. Sabe sebenzile.
Ke a leboga motshwara marapo ke Rose Makola go tswa ko Dr. JS Moroka. Rena se re se kgopela mo pusong ya rona re kopa gore ka saeteng ya Dr. JS Moroka re na le land eng re tlhoka bathusi gore re ka dirisa land eo byang. Sa bobedi re sa tlhokomele land fela re tlhokomela le di project tse ding tse di sa lemeng. Ke a leboga.
Ralebo Dr. Jason Mroka. Bomama asikahle. Masikhuluma abanye bakhuluma manje asenzile into ubizwa asi motivate ngayo ukuthi siyenze. Ngicela ukuthi simamelaneni. Nangabe unenkulumo uphakamisa isandla ngithumela ama officials azokulanda. Hayi lokuba ngumsindo Number 3.
Sanibonani bomama. Esivumelane ngakho ukuthi we want to go back to the root cause of gender-based violence because we don't want to talk just about gender-based violence. Funa ukwazi why are men perpetrators? Why are women being victimized? So that we are able to deal with the monster that we know. And okunye sikushilo that we don't want to neglect boy kids because that also leads to escalation of gender-based violence. Futhi manje sifuna kube radical. Asifuni silokhu sixoxa indaba ye gender-based violence. We are tired. We want actions. We want to go to the young boys in schools and teach them about responsibility. Namantombazane. So nje yilokho we want to add now. Singabi nama once-off events, but have continuous programs sizokwazi ukuthi siza abantwana bethu and get rid of gender-based violence once and for all.
Thank you very much.
Ngiyanibingelela uThayini Mabhena eSub-Region yaseMalahleni. Okunye esikudile siye esa-eda ukuthi ake kube nalomthetho omusha la kule GBV ngoba umbulali noma i-drug dealer noma umrapist uthola ibail. Ake singaphili kuloya mthetho ka 1977 usection 20 aphume ukuthi wonke umuntu oganyile noma wenze zonke lezi zinto angatholi ibail. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga. Olandelayo ngicela nisanitize before niqhubeka ngemic. Siyabonga.
Sanibonani nonke. So sorry, so ngimi lo scribe wayitolo. So sorry ngikhona ladies sikhona. So bantu besifazane, I'd like to greet everyone, all protocols observed. Kamalami Yolanda and I was the scribe. Simelana sebantu besifazane, we sat down and we spoke about thinking aleti bugene nathi. Number 1, sibonile ukuthi nathi we might have an issue, so sikhulumile ngathi ourselves. That is, we look at umuntu besifazane as well. We focus emuntwini wesifazane ukuthi what did we do wrong? We start from the root cause. Where did we go wrong? how can we change from the raising of the perpetrators, our daughters, from everything where kuhamba njani. Sisi lapha is already talking about the safe houses that we need. Singathi nasithi sesihlukubedwa emakhaya, whether it being GBV or even femicide, labanye baze bafike femicide point, aphi ema-safe houses. Ngingabuyele ekhaya after sengihlukubetiwe, sengireportile, and then I must go back to the perpetrators. Please assist us in that. Let there be safe houses as well. Can we have access to psychologists that will help us? That's in all the trauma, we need psychologists that will help us so that we're able to continue, therefore, from that. Thank you. May we have stricter laws. May we have stricter laws. We are calling on the Department of Justice to care about us, to put even our emotions first. Can we have stricter laws? When a person has done another person wrong, anga walk freely, because that is an infringement of another human's right. Once you abuse another human being, that's an infringement and you must be dealt by the law. Sesiyafika futhi sifikele besiphinza sakhuluma ngokuthi hurt people. We understand that ukuthi njengebatali bosesi nabomake bawo lama perpetrators, we can go back and love the boy child. We can go back and educate the boy child. Let us have programs for the boy child as well. Let us have activities for the boy child. Lapho singamfundisi kuphela ngekunakekela umuntu wesifazane, but ngekuthi naye atithande, because they might be lacking that. Sikhubeke siphindze futhi sakhuluma ngokuthi, can we have interpreters in our police stations for the people who are living with disability, because they experience abuse and they can't communicate for themselves. They experience abuse and they can't even put together or into words what the problem is. Also, it was highlighted that bafila kwekuthi that is also who invade us somehow in their privacy, because abakhoni khuluma kahle esidlangaleleni. Can we have that noted and considered for us? Siphinze futhi sibuyele kwekuthi we spoke about follow up. After having these safe houses, after having all these things, can we have people who come back to do follow-ups? How are we doing? To check if the things or the institutions that were placed there are working accordingly and doing their job as well. We also spoke the speeding up of procedures. Nasibeka emakala, when we lay charges or any of the complaints that we have as women and we face every day, may there be a speed up of processes. Can things not drag for longer than what they should? Due to time, thank you so much.
Thank you. So, uscribe kahle no report here zange bahlangana. But it's fine. We must submit those points, scriber. Something different ne. Ekashilo scriber nabanye please Bogoto siyacela. Singanikeza umama ngaqhubeka.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Igama lami ngibhethu kwaMabhena, ngivela ithembisile hani, ngirepresenta ama-blind. Ngiyaxolisa izolo sifike late, angikwazanga ukukhuluma, but azange ngilale ngoba lokho engithunywa ngama-blind azange ngokusho, azange kuzwakale. Ngiyacela ningixolele. Engize ngakho thina singama-blind sivalelekile emakhaya, asiphumi, siyahlukumezeka khona emakhaya emajardini, asikwazi ukubika, asikwazi ukwenzani, asinazo izikolo. Abantwana bethu sinawo ama-blind wabantwana, asinazo izikolo ethembisile hani noma nje iKangala district asizazi izikolo zokufunda ibraille ukuthi sifunde. So isolution ukuthi singahlukumezeki, sikwazi ukuphuma emakhaya, ukuthi sibe nezikolo. Kunomntwana ona 21 uyafisa ukufunda kodwa akazi ukuthi uzofunda phi, makumele sithole isikolo kumele sikwe kwenye province. Kunama-blind afundile afundwa alo kanje athola amabhazari ku-government kodwa akakwazi ukuqhasheka, asiqhasheki, akwenzeki next ngathi kuthulile kuthe du sivalelekile. Kunama-blind siyahlukumezeka, kukhona nje usisi oneinkomo ekhaya akazazi inkomo zakhe zingakhi ziyathengiswa nakabuza inkomo zami sezingakhi bathi uyazi ukuthi inkomo ziyafa akazi sihlupheke ngalendlela asisebenzi asiqhasheki nawudinga umsebenzi bakubuza ukuthi ungasebenzani kodwa from kulevel phasi kumele sithole ama-training nokufunda kunabantwana abangafundi nathi savaleka amehlo sesibadala sinalokho esinakho kodwa nje asisaqhasheka sisakwazi ukwenza next siyadinga i-Department of Education isibonelele siyadinga even Department of Health masiphume ibhedlela sesivaleka amehlo abanye sivaleke sibadala asiriferelwa ndawo asikhanselwa uvike kuthiwe hayi ukuvaleka amehlo akusikuphela kwezwe kuphelele lapho amanye ama-blinds awatholi ngisho i-disability grant siyacela ukuthi nisibonakalise nathi sivele emphakathini asizifihli kodwa sifihlwa yisimo ngoba akukho la siphumelela khona akukho la sisizeka khona ngiyathokoza
Sanibonani nonke ngingu-Rachel Ngwaka. Ngiyabingelela kubo bonke labakhona lana ngaphambili all protocols of verbs. So lengidakusho ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi iscribe sethu sikhohliwe lokunye angeke ngimsole sesi. So lebe sikucelile lokunye ukuthi uhulumende wethu angasendela kona. Ukuthi sicela nisifundzise kube nema programs ekufundisa thina indlu lemnyama ku-adopta because uma sito adopta sithanze labantwana lesibabona la titradini badla inyawo but the rest of them abana makhaya lafuthumalako so siyacela ukuthi nisifundzise vele asikadalelwa lokho asikwati so sicela ukuthi kube nema programs tatosifundisa ku-adopta because uyabona ukuthi nala uhlala khona kamakhelwane akusana batali but awukhoni ku-adopta ngoba awuyati lento awukakhuli ngayo wathi ukuthi umntwana uyakhula nje so siyadicelela ku-department ukuthi sicela nisendele lama program so that sitojwayela uma ungabukisisa kahle la South Africa labantu labamhlophe la ngaphandle labantwana bebhema inyawo ngilabethu isibo labamhlophe i-reason ukuthi bona baya understanda loku adopta ukuthi adoptwa kanjani ngiyabonga
ngagcina ama-commissioners zonke asukumile ngathi ayavukwa kancane ukuthi hey nali iphuzu ngathi liyasala cela ungene straight endabeni mama
Sanibonani lolo melalo okhulumako ngumakelilini Mahlangu kodwa makelilini Mahlangu sengigogolilini kahle kahle nalaba benginabo itolo solo ngikhuluma into lele ngisolo ngifuna yona ukuthi ilunge solo ayilunge bengisuthi akhuluma lo besinayo itolo ngoba konke kubhaliwe phansi manje ukukhohliwe mina ngingimakelilini ngithunga amabhisi ngithunga amacansi ngithunga amaduku lawo ebuhlalu ngithunga into etiningi tijwaba so manje njengaloku sengikhulile ngalomsebenzi wami kunokuthi uwe phansi etandleni tami kude lo ulandzelelako lo sebenzako ngifuna kunika iyouth labantu bethu babuye bafunze lokuthunga lokuthunga ngifundisa mahala ngoba ngilendo lele ngiyoyona ukuthi kufuneka abantwana aqhubeke basebenze ngoba ngiyababona abantwana bethu bafundzile banemaphepha baneyonke lento certificate tihleli bagcokile emajazi abo bantwana basebenza imisebenzi kude abawuthola umsebenzi njengaloku umsebenzi ungekho bengicela government wami bengicela lisito kuthi nisiside nisithengelela amabhisi lesikhala ngawo nemayitindwangu tindwangu yonke lento sibafundzise mina ngingimakelileni ngikhulise abantu abami babewakami washona abantwana wangishiya nebantwana babancane ngibakhulise ngemabhisi uyati make Jeanette uyakwati make Jeanette ukuthi vele ngitodla ngemabhisi amen
mhlambe into ezange ngichaze ukuthi sinama-petition la ukhona ubhala yakho inkinga manje sikhulumela inkinga yabomama in general la uyakhona uthi mina nginenkinga so bengicela i-department so incede sibone ukuthi izokhona ukuthina nasikhuluma nayo yiphi indlela engakunceda ngayo ngoba
Amandla.
singaphuma ngo-9. Siyabonga mama, ungachubeka.
Amandla.
Wethu.
Amandla.
Wethu.
Mina eligama lami ngimzodwa ngakazitha endasenkomazi emadadeni. Ngithanda ukurepresenta ilo i-old age yami. Nawe sesilo unenkinga yemehlo, lothi unenkinga. Ngicela ukuthi uma unemntwana noma unemnakenu, ngicela ukuthi uvuke ngemsumbuluko uye kasasa ne-ID yakho or ne-copy ne-stand number ne-phone number yakho. Ufikele office le uthi ngizocela i-granting aid. Sasa akekho la mina nginokusebenza nebakasasa ngibasite kakhulu abantu labafana nawe. Make isi sicela likhaso thina sibantu basenkomazi kude lesikutholako siyahlupheka singithi lesita abantu la mphakathini bantu baze bathathe inhlitiyo tabo batinikete abantu labadvuna ngenxa yokuthi kude ini imali bantu abakhona ukucabanga umuntu nakacabanga ucabanga i-boyfriend ukuthi ngingamniketa 200 she's going to do something kanti cha sinemehlo sinetinyawo vukani bomake unemehlo netinyawo nengqondo.
Siyabonga mama, siyabonga. Jesus. Okay. Malibongwe. Manje sesi-represented kahle angithi. Ngibalekela ukuthi singezwa nale contribution ebekhona commission. Ngiyazi benikhona commission angithi ukuthi yiphe ngibalekelayo. So siyabonga. Ufuna ucontributor to commission. Okay, abafuna uku-add to commission oqala or lezi two abafuna ukuthi kube ne-resolution ebabona ngathi ayikho la kulezi eziripotiwe nalezi ezi-ediwe ba-add. Ungakhulumi yakho inkinga or yemasipala wakho, please khuluma in general ukuthi abomama bancedeke kanjani ngoba abomama beMpumalanga babheke kithi thina sila. Okay, uzoba number 1 Mampadi, number 2 mama. Zithu kuphela izandla. Na ses 3, ses 4, ses 5. Oh, comrade leader ses 7. Okay. Zoqina lezi izandla ngaze ngiqoshe nami. Addition straight to the point. Straight to the point is sanitize. Yes.
Madam Speaker, no MEC, nabo MMC, abo MEC abakhona la kule ndawo. Congratulate uchairperson wethu upresente kahle kuma commissions number 1. Izolo masihlangene laphana besisacela ukuthi on a monthly basis kube ne task team. I-task team works better. Sizonominate abantu ababuya kuma district we-3 bazosirepresenta ku farming, bazosirepresenta ku mining, bazosirepresenta ku forestry, barepresente ku transportation. Wonke lama list esiwadiscuss izolo. So besicela ukuthi i-department isenzele ukuthi ama-HODs ahlangane nalabo mama so that next year masibuya sibe sihlangene. That was the resolution that I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Number 2.
Ngiyanibingelela ngegama lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha. Amen. Lo mengaphambili umpho ngibuya eBhetali. Thina besicela njengabomama especially eBhetali thina izinto eziningi asifiki kithi. Point number 1. Number 2, sicela isizo. Sine workshop lapha eBhetali. So we had ukuthi size siyenze i-joint venture nomlungu because of ukuthi i-finance. Sihambile sayofuna ama-funds bathi bomeka sayabonela spirit sayakuphi akukho lo mnyango singakangenanga kuwo, asutholi usizo. Point number 3, Sicela ukuthi emisasize njengabomama. Sinayo i-workshop sa-manufacturer ama-ball and nuts, ama-revolving nuts, sayenza ama-maintenance of conveyor belt. Sicela ukuthi abantu base-Joburg bayekele ukusuka lena le-appointe bona ukuthi nizobathengela whereas thina sinayo lento le sikhona ukuyenza njengabafazi. Ngiyabonga.
Ya, nami ngiyanibingelela umama uVilakazi obuya eBethal Governor's municipality. Mina ngimele iGBV ke. iGBV is very prevalent and iGBV ihlupha kakhulu but asiyitholi funding. Siyafuna ukusiza but ifunding asiyitholi.
Okay, umama sicela eka-petition bonke laba baza necelo zabo sicela baye le bayozikhuluma khona la sicela uku-add to ama-resolution. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani.
Yebo.
Ngimima ke mambana igama lami ngimfaka
Asibuze ma.
Mina kwami lokuncane lokungaku-eda sivile tikhulumi tisakhulumile itolo nanamhla solo bayakhuluma loku mina ngifuna kuku-eda ngithi nathi singibomaki ake silunge ngoba lokuningi siyasola la sisola government kanti nathi tinkinga tethu sinato tiningi timfihlo lesitendake etukwawo ma-gender violence sifihle tinkinga letiningi letivelela abantwana bethu singativedi sesiphenga ukuthi government akanaki nathi asisukumeni singibomake silekelele government singigovernment ngekwethu lokusila anginawo lamaningi.
Siyabonga.
Angibingelele abomama igama uSharon wakamdlovu ovela kuStifchothe municipality. Ngiyazi ukuthi njengoba manje kuyinyanga yaka August concentrate kakhulu kuzo zonke lezi zinto ezibhekene ne-gender based violence siletha kakhulu ngesikhathi saka August. Mina engithanda ukukuveza ukuthi throughout the year umthetho mawuhlale ustrict ngoba kwesinye isikhathi uma uhamba uthi yo reporter emaphoyiseni bazokutshela ukuthi yabona manje uAugust vele uzoboshwa mara ngezinye izinyanga mawuyile umthetho ngathi uba lenient. So bengicela ukuthi umthetho uhlale ustrict from January to December throughout the year makungabi ukuthi manje inyanga yabomama vele umthetho ustrict against gender violence mawuhlale ustrict umthetho throughout the year. Ngiyabonga.
Sharon. Siyabonga.
Sanibonani. Igama lami ngimgeli wakwaSibanyoni from eNkangala, Thembisile Hani local municipality. Ku-edition besacela mani ukuthi ugovernment ake abuke lento le ye-EPWP khona ima-programs ebewaletha lapha eNkangala naseThembisile bayilethile beyinceda kakhulu abomama. I-EPWP le igruma abomama for babanikeza isikhathi for ma-3 years njengayo le yase public works but ke ayibe kiwo wonke kulama department or kuma district nakuma municipality bese sicelile futhi nabo mega labo ukuthi abenza ama workshop kuma municipality ngoba thina sisekudeni le koThembisile JS ekudeni abeze baletha ama workshop cause we do apply ithola ukuthi noma ngabe you are unsuccessful abakufonela bakutshela ukuthi okay you are unsuccessful ngoba 1 2 3 so abaletha ama workshop lapha emakhaya bazos workshop ukuthi kahle kahle ukuze uphumelele kulama funding wabo kufuneka inani yabo.
Siyabonga.
Na cancer, I will speak on 3 things in short. The first one, I want to request Honorable MEC Agriculture, ukuthi if it's possible, asitholeni indawo and grow cotton and expand le ndaba yama-sanitary dignity packs extended to women. The second one that I want to speak on, I've seen you, other departments, bebayenzela youth, makawash, whatever, at least to assist them. Ngiyacela bekune program that was assisting women in terms of economic recovery or baba assist. Baba nikeze mabhodo, mahas, nani, so that those women that are able to cook, bapege, estrateni, babena some assistance at least, connect to. The last one, this one, most of us who are pastors,
asifuni kuyikhuluma. Bakhona bosesi nabomama who are in the Tina Women's League, we call it the executive pleasures. Laba bathengisa ngomzimba. When we engage them, labanye bayasho bathi, if we can get skills, at least government asithathe asinikete a particular skill, singakhona kuphuma kule nto le. If that can be looked at, how best can we try to assist labo sis na labo mama, those that put themselves in that risk situation that they be skilled in some way. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Oh,
Sanibonani.
yeah.
Ngibingelele MC bonke. Ngibingelele amameya, ngibingelele nangu mama wami ulindiwe njalo njalo. Siyabonga mama ukhona. Lapha sinenkinga thina kwi-disability sector, angifuni ukungasho. Sinenkinga noma singayibalekela kangakanani kodwa angifuni ukungasho. Ama-centers awasisizi ngalutho. E-center siyobekwa ngoba nina abazali bethu nihluleka ukusigada, nifuna imali yethu yomndende. Ama-center awasisizi ngalutho. Kunabantwana abancane okusafanele bafunde isikole. Bayathathwa nabo basiwe ema-center. Ema-center uphumi na-certificate. Akuna-certificate uphuma naso, net uyohlala. But angisho ukuthi awavalwe, awangavalwa. Kodwa siyacela, at least kube nesikole sabantwana. Bakhona abantwana abasaphila abasazalwa abaphile nokukhubazeka. Bona bayofunda kuphi njengoba nathi singafundanga. Bayofunda kuphi bazophelela ema-center nabo. Sicele futhi kuma-department wonke. Siyacela shem, kube nezinsiza zabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. Kube nama-interpreters. Kube abakhona ukubhala ngebraille, kube nabantu abakhona uku-understanda ibraille. Because umuntu oblind nakaya lapha akazukwazi ukuthi ukhuluma nobani kwenzakalani. At least kube nebraille azokhona khona ukubhala khona yonke inkinga yakhe eze ngayo.
Siyabonga.
Omunye umuntu akhona ukumlala alalelwe lo umuntu oyedwa ngoba thina imfihlo zethu asisenazi imfihlo. Imfihlo yamfuna yaziwe wonke umuntu olana. Siyacela shem sincedeni bantu, sincedeni baphathi bethu.
Siyabonga mama.
Sanibonani. Igama lami Esther Mulepo, I'm from Mpumalanga Municipality. MEC, we are very tired of women being forced into sex in order for them to get business opportunities and employment opportunities, and we are abused by the people in power. So can we have a hotline that we can report all these things? Because we don't know where to report. When we go to the police station, they don't believe us. Number two, we have a Department of Women and Youth, people with disabilities. We're expecting that department will come here and present to us how many women were helped and how many people with disabilities have been helped, and that the funding that must come from that department. Can we see the programs and the visibility of that department? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sanibona, unokuthula wamtawu ubuya Victor Khanye local municipality. I have few recommendations angazi ukuthi allow na isikhathi sonke ukuthi ngiqede. But then can we start off la? Can we maybe perhaps in the next program Women's Parliament sihlukanise commissions nama reports, right? Because le ndaba yabo 5 minutes, you cannot report for e-province yonke bese reporter under 5 minutes. It's impossible. Can you break it? Can you also break it to go to province, regional and sub-regional, which these are assisted? Secondly, can we have good education? Can we have maybe psychologists, social workers, campus enkolweni? See, it's easy for them to identify abantwana abahlukumezekile, and then maybe call in parents also for counselings. Number 3, can we also maybe have some kind of a program? Government initiate a program whereby enforcer stakeholders, private stakeholders, all stakeholders enforce a gundaba economic freedom for women. You see, we have women companies, but then afranto amadoda. So that's why women empowerment is not because we have most fantas yamadoda in the economy of women. Thank you.
Sibonga ama-inputs labuya kubo mama. Kube ne-issue la uma ba reporter ku commission. the lady was 25-year-old, lo sebentela garage in terms of poultry. Cinema petition section ku legislature. Lamanye ma issues bo mama bebawa raise la a personal. Atsinza yena awatsinzi bonke bomake. Nang puti ukhona la but bongani la ngicela uphakame bakubona. Jabu, sorry, Jabu ukhona la. Then nimbone nikhona ukuthi nibhalela ama petitions sizowa refera kuma departments then bese babuye basho ukuthi ba responda njani. Sinvile bomake indzaba yema statistics yabo make ukuthi ba empower ngaki ma departments ngokwahlukahlukana. The next women parliament itoba nemehluko. We want the departments to come nalabantu laba bathi baba assistile. Bafanele ukuthi labantu labo balethe bufakazi bokuthi thina sincedzakele. So that ikhona ku motivate labanye bomake labasengaqali. Next year we'll be expecting my departments abuye nalabantu laba bathi basitile public works ususitile 59 wawafaka kusakhabakhi. At least the portion yakhona sifuna kubabona. Bakhona la ba testify ukuthi indeed government usitile. Ngibonge program director.
Siyabonga Mhlonishwa Somlomo usithatha ku way forward sewudile ngayo half. Sizokwenza ukuthi lama reports azoya ku committee, select committee on women, children, youth and people with disability. After that aye legislation shamthetho. After lapho aye kuma department. I-department enye nenye yazi ukuthi abomama baseMpumalanga batheni ngayo. So ukuze bakhona ukuthi nababuya bazophendula kube bazitholile lemlayezo abomama bakhulume ngayo. Bomama sithanda ukuthi sibonge umhlonishwa uDeputy Speaker uphuthumile kunalapho uthume khona ngomsebenzi we-legislature. Okay. Kunalapho uthume khona ngomsebenzi we-legislature and niyabona nani kuma program be-UTN. Now kunomhlonishwa u-chairperson we-DARTA, Honorable Lubisi. Nguye ozodila nge-vote of thanks. Honorable Lubisi sicela usibongela bomama.
Sibonge kumchubi welihlelo. Ngiphinze ngibingelele indlu igcwele bomake emakhosikazi bosisi eMpumalanga. Ke kwami lenkutelela phambili kufisha. Kuthiwa angitobonga umsebenzi lomuhle nakangaka. Angicale ngikuthi ngibonge Somlomo weshamthetho eMpumalanga make masilela lakende ukuthi kube impumelelo ukuthi bomake lababuya kuwo onke ama sectors noma mihambo eMpumalanga bahlangane ngalolu hlobo kudzingidza tinkinga lebabukene nato. Siyabonga. Ngidlule ngibonge umhlonishwa Nyembe las acknowledgele onke ema-guests noma tihambeli talomcimbi lomuhle. Ngidlule ngibonge kusisi wethu Mpumi Mbethe lobuya ku Rise FM ukhulume kahle kakhulu. Bengimlalele nami ngendlebe lebukhali. Manje nami ngibenefitile kakhulu kuba ingcenye yalomcimbi lo hloniphekena kangaka. Sibonge onke political organizations lebekamenyiwe kusuka ku-FF Plus uye ku-Freedom Fighters ne-DA labe ingcenye yalo mcimbi. Siyakubonga ukuphumelela kwabo kuthi nabo batofaka luvo kule parliament yabomama. Ngidlule ngibonge Make Shiba lasendele i-keynote address lakang MEC we-agriculture eMpumalanga. Ngibonge nalabanye ama-members e-executive council lakhulumile noma lanikete i-progress ngekuma-reports kuthi ema-departments abo endani nalabanye lebe bathunyelwe ngawo ema-departments. Bese ngibonga ema-commissions lesonke siparticipate kuwo noma lesibe ingcenye yawo sigcwele kule nandlu uqinisekisa ukuthi sithasha tonke tinkalo letibukene nabomake eMpumalanga. Ngalamafusha sithi siyiMpumalanga Legislature sibonga kakhulu ukuthi phatha kwenu sikuvile konke lenikuphakamisile futhi lena report itawucrafta idraft bese iyothulwa eParliament lekushaya mthetho eMpumalanga i-adoptwe ibe ngumthetho kuthi thina simalunga sesiyabalandzelela ke bo MEC kuthi bayi-implement. Ngalamafisha nginibonga kakhulu ningatishayela tandla kuthi nibe audience le. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa naye ningamshayela tandla. Sizothola ama-announcement kusisithandiwe. Sisithandiwe.
Malibongwe. Wathinta abafazi. Sithi phansi nge-GBV phansi. Forward with financial stability forward. Siyawafuna ama-top positions siyawafuna. Ma-announcements kudla kwethu kuseva lapha eMayor's Parlour lapha esikhona khona itolo ngema-commissions la siregister khona kuna 3 ma-saving points. Sesidocela onke ama-guest ethu alidwa ngu-speaker babele back to a holding room for a photo session. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you, Chairperson.
Siyabonga. Very important announcement. Imani kancane. Abahlonishwa bonke sibuyela la sifike khona siyo